to wither. I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Here we go, ladies and gents, the final two series of the Asian Games, 2026 Asian Games Esports event, MLBB Qualifiers. My name is Jace, this is Churros. We have been your casters so far. Enjoying the games that we're seeing, you know, especially the last few series. And we also get to see some different flavors when it comes to different cultures and, of course, different teams. But now it is time to have Team Philippines going up against our home team in Singapore.
It was a long break that we kind of had. But
Finally, man.
When we went outside, it was queues all for days.
Yeah, so
all the way down the stairs, all the way down the escalators. We are in the first floor, but there is a basement down at the bottom of this floor. And it was just queues all the way, lining up to see the Philippine squad.
And also our Singapore squad.
And
but
of course our Singapore squad.
And also, shout out to an old friend, Kaleo as well, that been in the scene for quite some time. She was just telling me like, hey, you know, apparently they have been studying the queue even before the previous series. So it shows that there's actually quite a lot of, you know, on-site viewers and on-site demand for esports in Singapore as well. So that's actually a very good thing to also point out for future events. Wink, 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 wink.
Yeah, I like to see that esports as a whole is just growing, not only in Singapore, but as a region. We see a lot of teams actually making the effort from across the country, across the borders, across the seas, flying into Singapore and watching the Asian Games. And you know, this is truly an exciting moment for us. An international tournament is really your national pride on the line.
Yeah, but of course, you know, ladies and gents, I think enough said for, you know, what's happening right here in terms of the venue. But of course, we gotta have to talk about the teams that will be watching, ladies and gents. Team Philippines on the representing from Team Philippines, Biana, De La Cruz, Papico, Nepomuceno, and also Vinuya.
This team has been extremely consistent all the way from the first day stepping into Asian Game Qualifiers. Well, they are the defending champions anyways. A lot of teams are looking up to them as sort of like that litmus test that we're always talking about.
Sort of like that standard at this point.
That gold standard, and how far basically you are ahead of the GOATs of MLBB, so to speak.
Yeah, actually, to be honest, right, you know, watching the game as a normal viewer versus actually casting, right? When you usually, you know, if you're working as a caster, you get to see a lot of details. But before going into the details, here are your representative from Team Singapore.
Keith, Bellamy, Roy, Junxiang, and Wee Lun. Unfortunately, at the 8th seed so far, will not be able to head over to Nagoya, Japan. But this is a time for them to test and see how far we are as a nation behind, or, you know, will we be able to match up against the standards and expectations of Singapore? I think I see Kelra.
Yeah, it's
right
Kelra.
there.
Sorry, it's not Vienna. Yeah, sorry. Pardon for the mistake earlier just now. We're gonna get it sorted very, very soon, but don't worry. But of course, you know, talk about Team Singapore right here. Of course, this is bottom of the table from Group A versus the top of the table in Group A as well. Definitely, if you take a look at the boys from Singapore not feeling it as well, I mean, I don't blame them because it has been a very long, drawn-out fight for them. I think right now it's all about playing for experience, and hopefully those experience translates into, you know, future successes, right?
Yeah, playing for 4 days full of high-intensity, high-focus MLBB is not an easy task. A lot of you back home were saying like, hey, I'm playing like 20 ranked games every single day. No, it's not the same at all. Especially like, you need to do your homework. You're facing up against the GOATs of MLBB. You know how all of them plays. You know what kind of heroes that they're comfortable with and how you want to deal with that. And you're internalizing every single one of these thoughts, every single waking second of your day.
Yeah, it's definitely a experience, I would say, to be, if you really want to start that journey as an esports athlete, you have got to do your homework, right? Especially even for us and also the production as well. There's a lot of things that's going on in the background as well while we prepare for Asian Games 2026.
Yeah. Well, for the Philippines though, facing up against Singapore is sort of like that last hurrah that they have. This will be their last game that they will play before, you know, making their way over to Nagoya, Japan, or, you know, as sort of as a warm-up or a teaser towards what we will expect in a bigger main stage.
Yep, apart from bigger main stage, we're also looking out for how they will also perform, right, in upcoming MSC. So this, especially when, you know, the patch was just dropped, everybody, I feel like this is an awkward position to really have a tournament, not gonna lie. But hey, it kind of spices things up for all of us to be able to see like what kind of meta that will grow out of this new patch. And of course, you know, because of that, you also start to see some evolutions in the ranked games as well. Some of the teams are already starting to prefer the Kai and even the ranked teams as well.
Yeah, especially Nimble Mosiano, he was coming in with the Kais, he's prioritizing all the hero picks. They still do have that flexibility, but when they play and when they draft, it's just really, really smart around how they want to deal with their opponents. And looking at how well they performed yesterday against Indonesia as well, they're not really too phased by the early game, like, hey, I might have made a couple of mistakes, I might have made a couple of errors here and there. They're all playing towards that late game mark, and when they play together as 5, there's no taking them down. A huge welcome to the gold standard. I think this is the first time that we're seeing him in the main stage, at least for the past 2 days. And Expanding Rivers will be the map of choice. This will be the first game, the first draft. It's Philippines versus Singapore.
And also shout out to the whoever's is also behind the MPLPH Instagram as well, right? I remember that someone is just like pointing out that made a content that somebody walked past them during this kind of scene as well. But of course, you know, it's all fun and games for Team Philippines right now, because of course they're stable at the first, the second seed. They're already confirmed to go over to Nagoya. That's why, you know, Kara starts to get subbed in. Unfortunately, I don't have his government name for now, so I have to call him Kara until we
I
end
think
the
his
game.
actual name is Kara.
Is it?
Might okay. We'll just wait and see what we have when the draft is getting pulled up. But I kind of feel like Kara is actually his actual government name.
Yeah, it's like Royven and Roy, right?
It's just Roy, Royven, Wheelon, Diablo. It's like, you know, tomato,
Wheelon.
tomato.
Hey, I'm not surprised if Diablo decides to put that as his first name into his passport already.
Oh, that would be sick, dude.
Yeah.
That would be extremely
I know someone
sick.
did that as well. He
Oh,
put the
really? You put your
IGN
moniker?
put IGN into his passport.
So we'll see right here. It's Balas.
Pilas.
So Balas will be coming in as the gold standard. The draft's already set. Philippines will be first pick, taking up the Arlot. They already banned out the Phovias, the Jusin, as well as the Kalea. Singapore, on the other hand, responds with the Marcel, Freya, and the Parquito ban. Singapore really likes the Gato Kacha. I don't know if they will want to pick that up once again.
I don't think Gato Kacha really works in this particular matchup unless Roy decides to go for the Gourd. But I feel like looking at Team Philippines, they already have access to the back line, so the Gourd is definitely not safe anymore, right? Especially with Vinuya on this Arlot. Sorry, Sanford. Yeah, especially Vinuya on this Arlot. It's like he is Arlot himself, and he can bob and weave, find the main pickups all the way in the back line, and then just find a slash to deny the Gourd. So Team Singapore, on the other hand, now the Claude being selected by Keith, and then after that, Belly going back to something that is more comfortable. I would say the Khalid coming into play for the side of the Singaporean Rome.
So Insurance and the Claw, definitely one of the high priority picks in Rit 1. Rit 2 on the another pick on the Khalid definitely has a bit more early game presence. Akai is one of the high priority, getting slipped off the bat from Singapore. Philippines will snap pick that one up. Nimble Mosiano picking up the Kai. We've seen so much power coming from him, and not only that, Bruno, the gold standard, picking up his more comfortable pick in the Bruno.
Yep, I think also is really smart for the side of Team Philippines, right? Like Akai is so susceptible to juicing, that's why they really just want to remove that from the picture entirely. I was expecting Akai to be a R2 pick, but that also means that, you know, giving away a very strong roamer in the form of the Khalid as well. By the way, if you want to talk about the Singaporean meta, MPL Singapore, Khalid is like one of the highest picks in terms of the roam. One of the main roams that is literally being sought after for now. Here comes Roy on the Eve. Going into this, what's the play right here?
A lot of teams are starting to ban out that Yeve. They realize that the Yeve has quite a bit of utility that they want to bring to any of these games that you're playing, especially when you have a really fast-moving lineup. Quite a bit of a small counter is the Rapid Boots. A lot of marksmen are buying the Rapid Boots as a soft counter because it mitigates that slow effect coming in from the Crystal as well. What I like to see about in Singapore is that they like to play that zone control that we all know and love, but in the case of Team Philippines, they are playing that sort of I want to trap you in that jungle, I'm going to bait you out, I'm going to be protecting Bruno as far as I can to be able to gun you down one after another.
I like how Team Singapore, I think they're also very susceptible because right now, once you show the Eve, you know, everybody will play in that box. The Mathilda bringing somebody over to the side of the flank, and then after that come in for that Eve is definitely something that I think KCP, Eugene doesn't want to deal with at all. Sorry, I had to blink right there. Of course, Matilda man, very wise coming out from Team Singapore, but now Team Philippines bans away the Bucks here. I bet you the last man who will be targeted at your Junxiang. Sorry, go Junxiang for the Fredrin. It's a muscle memory, but at this point.
Yeah, I think forcing Junxiang in Assassin would be, I think, pretty good for Singapore. He's more comfortable with the Assassins. In the community right here in sunny Singapore, he's known as one of the better Assassin players. That's why he's being drafted into MPL Singapore. But unfortunately, though, he has to adapt and he has to change his pace and the way he wants to play around in Singapore. But this is Team Philippines that we're talking about. You don't want to leave anything to chance. And as far as we know, we really like to play these hard-hitting damage heroes. And like you said, the Fredrin being banned out.
I like Team Singapore bans, legit. It feels like they really did their homework as much as they can. Congratulations on the Eugene, by the way. Happy Father's Day too. Okay, for the side of Cho, right, it is also something that De La Cruz has played tremendously, especially when De La Cruz is so active on the map all across the board. So yeah, blending away these two roams will alleviate at the very least. But then this also means that, you know, Team Philippines have access to other roams. I was thinking maybe even to a certain extent the Atlas, right, to slow down Khalid from rotating. The Marcel unfortunately banned as okay. Guinevere decided for the side of Team Singapore onto Junxiang. Yeah,
Guinevere is basically the third pick in terms of, or maybe the fourth pick in terms of the jungle. It does have some tank ability. Typically, you get the concentrated energy for a little bit more spell vamp, and then you go full tank. The job here is control the early game. You have a lot of early game damage. Try to engage into any of these team fights. Try to secure the objectives. But you're going up against Nepomuceno. Is the GOAT. He's not going to give you an easy time. He's going to use that heavy spin to get you out of the way. And not only that, De La Cruz setting the tempo with the Atlas and the Gourd pick for Pabico.
So much displacement mechanism coming out from the side of Team Philippines, right? Apart from the Fatal Links, you also got a heavy spin. You got the R-Lot with the Final Slash as well. This means that, you know, Gourd is going to have a fun time on this particular Gourd. Looking at for the side of Team Singapore, though, I mean, they need to really find a way to access the backline on the Gourd. Usually is that Yu Zhong that will be able to do that. We'll also see how other teams use the Zetian to be able to do so. I think Diablo on the... Sorry. We look on this Yu Zhong is definitely going to be a very good pick.
Team Philippines are drafting very, very heavy team fight composition. Arlot could necessarily be sent out to the side lanes to be able to push in the waves and alleviate some pressure, but we really like the pocket picks coming in. That's the Yu Zhong staying into the meta. I think it's easy access into the Gourd, so once that Mystic Gush comes out, best be sure the Black Dragon is going to land on top of him.
Now, actually, this is also a very scary drop coming on both sides, right? Both of these two drops does have the necessary function. They are able to find and peel for the Eve to keep them in that box, and then after that, just rinse and repeat, right? Whereas Team Philippines, this is also a very active kind of roster. You got the Arlot that could just dive all the way deep. You also got the Akai that could heavy spin to prioritize in terms of these neutral objective advantages. But the Guinevere can also do the same. Spatial migration right into the Violet Requiem. You cannot activate the heavy spin. If you cannot activate the heavy spin, that will be a turtle given over side Team Singapore.
It's going to be a huge test for Singapore, and for Philippines, it is a last game to say goodbye in Sanarara and their time in Singapore over the AGQ as we jump into this first game between Philippines and Singapore. I like what Philippines has drafted for themselves. A lot of heavy CCs. You got the Final Slash, you got the Fatal Links, you've got the Bouncing Bombs, you got the Mystic Bombs, and you got the heavy spin to be able to disrupt, reposition, change the tides of battle. And for Singapore, they have to be a little bit scared. They're facing De La Cruz, who is such an absolutely great tempo setter.
Yeah, with that said, ladies and gents, game number 1 between Team Philippines and Team Singapore. Bellamy leading the charge though, doing decent amount of damage against Tobico.
A great aggression coming in from Bellamy so far, giving that reconnaissance duty. And this is not what you want to see when you're Philippines, especially for Pabico, getting forced all the way back. At the very least, he's able to clear up the first wave to get as much gold as they can before that recall actually happens.
Actually, I was expecting, you know, after Bellamy was able to do a decent chunk of damage, flicker right off the back on De La Cruz.
Yep, great little bit of a fear factor from Singapore to push them out, and Philippines really understands how far Khalid as well as Guinevere would go in the early game. In the bottom side, though, I don't think it would be too much of an issue. We typically see the Yuzhong clearing the wave, joining in this team fights, joining in the aggression in the jungle. Bellamy still on reconnaissance duty. They know where De La Cruz is, so Singapore are trying to play around De La Cruz.
It's a very slow-paced game, even coming from the side of Team Philippines, right? You're expecting the Atlas and also Pabico to start rotating out of control, but maybe because of the Khalid, right? Over there, easily wave clear. Actually, even though it's also interesting that the mid lane is actually freezing the wave right there, trying to deny farm away from Pabico.
Yep. Expanding rivers activated. Turtle spawns up in the next 5 seconds. The top side won't be too much of an issue. Pilas able to push Keith back for now. Typically, we won't see the marksman joining in the first turtle fight. Bellamy's in position. De La Cruz as well. The jungle doesn't want to show themselves. Nepomuceno right there, trying to push Bellamy back, taking a lot of damage, dealing a lot of damage. The utility comes in from Roy.
The problem is that if you notice, because of the Romans not really roaming, the Romans are a little bit awkward in terms of the levels. Fnatic into level 3 doesn't really have access to the Rage Sandstorm and also the Fatal Links as well as Nepomuceno actually working on the turtle right now. Junjiang still not able to be found.
Bellamy at half health will be able to heal everything back up. Black Dragon form already used up by Wei Lun, going straight to the back line. Petrify and Vox laid down low. Nepomuceno steals away the turtle from underneath Singapore's nose. The first blood going over to Venuya is still happy and healthy. Singapore doesn't want to push more.
The barrier recurrent was activated just to protect Roy, but unfortunately, you know, Venuya being Venuya was able to access all the way, picking up first blood. He's going for more.
Great cutoff, great dash. Venuya, another kill onto Wei Lun.
Yeah, Venuya on this Arlott is just way too insane. I bet you, going into the MSC, you see Arlott permaban because of this dude. And as we take a look at this is the replay right here. Take a look at where Xinjiang is going. He's actually activating the Violet Requirement a little bit awkwardly, giving the turtle over the side of Nepomuceno.
Bellamy just really pushed so far off position. He was the first one to be taken down as well. But I want to understand, Singapore really set things up in motion first. There's a jump onto for Xinjiang. Sees immunity onto De La Cruz. One hit, Royburn will pick up that kill. Nepomuceno not really happy about this, but he won't push too further. At least Singapore has a kill on the board.
That's a roam for now, but at the very least, you know, it's Royburn who picked up that kill. Building towards the glowing one, but Nepomuceno is on the wrong side of the map.
He's trapped. They don't want to push it too far. There's a heavy spin already utilized. Getting pushed back. That's the box already laid down as well. Xinjiang trying to go for that chase. Nepomuceno, you can't chase him. He's too slippery.
The question is he trapped or are you trapped with Nepomuceno?
There was a great play coming up. Singapore always starting things off, but the damage isn't really coming through. And like you said, a little bit of miscommunication issue from that first turtle fight, which leads into this next one. Xinjiang.
I think it's just, you know, a slow and steady pace, right? I think currently from the side of Team Singapore, there's no reason to really fight. Interesting pathing coming from Keith to basically start farming in the mid lane. That's what I did to you just now during our ranked games. And then Keith is going to go all the way back to farm. He's looking to scale towards the later parts of the game, but Pillars on this Bruno should be able to scale even faster as compared to Keith.
Oh, there's a stun for Xinjiang. No spatial migration for just a little bit. Singapore not in the best position. Bellamy giving that side, but he's in a little bit of an awkward spot. De La Cruz susses him out. That's a freeze. That's the little bit of a stuck up. No flicker. Ooh. That's the Raging Sandstorm, but the final splash with the final hit. And Venuya showing us who's boss. Black Dragon form already laid down. Venuya down low. There's a turtle. Taken away by Xinjiang. The Black Dragon form will zone everyone out, but Pilas is in the midst. Is dealing the damage, and Philippines pushes back.
Onto Pabico as well, the Blazing Duet, the damage will be able to be found. And also at the same time, Singapore will be able to take away the turtle, but it is still members on the side of Team Singapore taking casualties.
Underneath the turret is Venuya, another kill. De La Cruz coming off from the backside. Venuya still happy and healthy. Keith will be down low. Nepomuceno coming in from the flank. That's the stun, that's the ball, that's the gush, and the laser seal the deal as Philippines dominating the early game.
Team Philippines seems like they're loving this dance. They're literally throwing the food from the side of Team Singapore, right? There's a lot of times and opportunity from the side of Team Singapore to be able to end up the kill, and because of that, they overextend a little bit too much. And you know, for the side of Team Philippines, right, they take full advantage of that. You take a look, it's 1K gold lead as compared to his counterpart on Team Singapore.
I also like what Philippines is doing. They know that they're going to secure the kill onto Roy even down the mid side earlier on. They left it for Palas to pick it up. And now this Bruno also dished the boots for a little bit more damage right from the get-go. 2 core items, Berserker's Fury and Hoskins. Let's break it down the bottom side. Keith really down low. They never saw Nepomuceno coming. Keith getting stunned up by the ball. That was just unfortunate. Bellamy trying to buy some time, but I think if it's a lost cause, we might as well just leave it.
I think it's just Team Singapore thinking there's almost a chance. It feels like Team Philippines was just dangling the carrot, and Team Singapore fell into that trap. I would say it's a mousetrap as well. If you notice, because of that whole rotation, holy moly, what happened? Because of one instant replay, we lost mid, we lost top, and we also lost bot as well.
Oh, the map looks kind of barren. It's only 6-minute mark. Singapore has to fight back. We learned gives a little bit more vision onto De La Cruz, but this is a tempo setter, a tempo-heavy team that Philippines is building up for themselves. And slowly but surely, Pilas is already online. Singapore cannot force an error.
Yeah, I think they forced a little bit too much. You're giving 10 kills over the side of Team Philippines, 6K gold lead, almost, right, 800 gold lead per minute. And it's only the third turtle right now. I think Team Singapore definitely needs a lot more time to grow. They need a lot of around like 7 more minutes in order for them to shine. But looking at how Team Philippines has been playing, I don't think they're going to give them a watch at all.
Yeah, that's a lot of hyper funnel. Look at Wheeler, no damage at all to Nepomuceno. He's just taking it as a tickle.
It's just an uphill battle for Team Singapore, right, Keith?
Oh, Keith all alone. Able to use the BMI out, but he gets chased down. Purify also used up on all the way on the other side of the map. Wheeler also making the mistakes. Stepped a little bit too close.
I think the Observer almost couldn't follow Vinuya because this man is just zipping, zapping around, using the flicker and dash almost very quickly. Immediately, Keith got assassinated right there.
Philippines trying to make quick work. There's a concealed play, bursting the bubble as well. Singapore left in Barons. It's not even a Lord yet, and they're losing all their T2s. Jinxiang, no! Getting trapped underneath the jungle. Philippines capitalizing on all of Singapore's mistakes. It's 9K gold lead.
Quick, Churros, ask me why Jinxiang is there.
Why is Jinxiang there?
I don't know!
I think he's at the very least trying to take the turret down the bottom side. That's the Mystic Gush once again. Key finds himself in the bad position. De La Cruz setting things up. He's got the fatal link. 2 members fold in.
Oh man, this is so painful to watch, especially for the side of Team Singapore. As Team Philippines was this record time, 8 minutes mark, and we already finished up the core. The minions are marching out though. Team Singapore desperately trying to hold to defend, but it's just Team Philippines making a speed run right here. They're hungry for dinner.
Minions coming in, Jinxiang falls, and Philippines will take game number 1. This is disappointing if you are a Singaporean. Fastest game that we had, biggest lead so far, ended up at 13,000 gold.
Is this the fastest game we've ever seen in MLBB history?
Total dominance from Philippines, undeniable. We are still much to learn for Team Singapore, and we're visibly very far ahead of where Philippines are playing.
I feel like Team Singapore at the start, they do have an idea as well, but over the sudden, you know, how Team Philippines really dance around Team Singapore right there, just literally toying with the food, and then after that, you know, just literally out micro every single step. You saw how Diablo was trying to chase down onto Vinuya, Wheeler was trying to chase down Vinuya. Vinuya is like just dashing around on the Arlot and also healing everything back up. Even Keem also tried to land down the damage of the Vinuya, but it's still, Arlot's still proven very slippery, and then after that, everything is crumbled from the first turtle onwards.
A lot of desperation coming in from Team Singapore. Vinuya, flashy plays, great final slashes, great repositioning, great understanding of the game, and undisputable. This is really tough to say and really tough to see if you're from the side of Team Singapore, man. 7-1 and 6 on this Arlot. In the early game though, I think Wheeler was handling Arlot pretty well. But unfortunately, after that first turtle, the tide's turned. It's only 2 minutes and Singapore just lost their footing.
Yeah, it's just really tough. I don't remember a Lord as well. I know, was there a Lord? Can't really remember because it was so
Lord
fast,
at all.
right? Yeah, it's just so fast. And I don't know what to break down for you. It's just outclassed, I would say. Just outclassed. Team Philippines, you know, this is the Team Liquid stack, the one that we are looking forward in terms in MSC, whether they can actually achieve the Golden Road. And they're looking like they're looking hungry, right? They're really going around and also just racking up all this experience, even right now in the 2026 Asian Games qualifiers as well. And yeah,
and they're not playing around as well.
Nah, they're not.
Typically, if you're very far ahead, you don't really, you force the kills, you go for the kills, you get a little bit too bloodthirsty. Philippines not making that mistake. They're not jumping in without a second thought. They're all very methodical. De La Cruz setting things up as well. His only death was at the last moment when he was diving underneath that turret. An almost perfect game for Philippines.
Yeah, 8 minutes and 58
Sub
seconds.
9.
Yeah, sub 9. I mean, not gonna lie, I think this is also one of the fastest games I've ever casted as well. There's not a lot of things I would say, I can say as well from the side of, in terms of breaking down of this is just simply outclassed. It's just like, I think there was a bit of a fight around the turtle the turtle pit right there. After that, it's just, yeah, it's just going downhill right there, right? Team Philippines just literally sending a wrecking ball into the roster of Team Singapore, and they cracked open.
Wow. It's just difficult for Singapore. At the first turtle, I felt like they did have a good setup. And we're only talking about first turtle because I think that's where the majority of the battle happened. And then Singapore lost their footing, lost 2 members or lost 3 members, and then they were just playing all over the map. They're not really having a second thought into anything in the game anymore.
Yeah, I think that's just it. Like,
Yep.
After that, I think just everything I think went on haywire. I think that, I'm sorry, Charles. I know you asked me to be a color today. I've got nothing for you to, I've got nothing to say.
Yeah, it's times like this that I'm proud to be a Filipino.
You're not.
I'm just kidding.
You're not. How dare you? How dare you say that? Remember yesterday what you did?
Yeah, a little bit of a butchering of the names coming in, but hey, for Philippines, I think this is just one of these games that they're just playing together as friends. It's just a socializing thing. Like in Singapore, we call it a little bit of a games with friends at a kopitiam. Where they're really playing around. Comfortable, very intelligent, clinical, methodical, and I think it's overkill to send Tiara the gold standard in the gold lane as well.
I think it's just, Team Philippines, right, man? I mean, this is a stack that has been together ever since the M4 times, back in the good old days when they used to call Team Echo, right? Like, this is a stack that is just been going around for a while now, and also trying to prove themselves on the world stage. And I think they did in M7, of course, but now, we're looking at MSC, we're looking forward to that one. And with all these meta change, it makes it feel like, this is where Kautizi, Nepomuceno really truly shines, right? Like, going back into something of his comfort, and he's a very strong and flexible jungler. I think, enough said.
And this is something that we've been all waiting for as well. Kelra, Pilas actually coming in with the Team Liquid stack, and quite refreshing to see how Team Liquid would actually do with the Onyx Gold Standard coming into the picture as well. This is the second game. Well, Jace, not much to say. I think there's way too much for Singapore to learn and adapt to for this one. Entirely just way too dominant. Philippines not giving up free kills. There was one sliver in the first 30 seconds of the game where Papico was almost taken out, but hey, they're not fazed by that.
Well, I would say the silence is deafening, right? Like, now we're going to go into dangerous grass, and this is also where, Team Philippines can get very, very scary because of the rotations. They can start bushwhacking, and now it's a lot of pressure for Bellamy to really go around opening the map. Maybe there's a time where he may pull off a Cho, because you really need to just go in and go out, check out every single map. But that's also something that, for the side of Team Philippines, De La Cruz can also do so as well.
Yeah, there is also a potential turtle strategy, but they're banning out that glue, which is pretty interesting. Okay, so first pick for Singapore. Akai is on the table. Singapore might need to pick that up, or prioritize even a Claude for Keith right here. But there's just way too many heroes. You cannot single out any one of the members of Philippines.
Yep. Going to the bans. Phobias, Glue, Freya as well. You got the juicing. That means that, definitely Team Philippines may be looking at an Akai pick as well, unless Team Singapore wants to snatch pick that away. There's also other heroes that you also need to look out for. There's also potential Claude, Paquito, and Arlot. These are your 3 heroes that, for the side of Team Philippines, especially for the side of Vinuya, can comfortably place. Now we're back to Whelan onto this Paquito, Akai, and also the Arlot. Enough said.
it might still be a little bit flex. Paquito could also go into gold lane. We've seen Keith play it before in MPL SG, but against Philippines, man, this is, the R-Lot. I felt like Singapore should have banned out the comfort hero of Vanuya, and Nepomuceno actually looks really happy about this one.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like right now it's just about playing the best, right? If you want to talk about playing the best, Roy also plays the Valentina, can potentially steal away the final slash and also the heavy spin. But there's also, you know, if you want to play something of signature from the side of Roy, there's always the Kadita to find and blow people up to pieces. However, this particular patch, Kadita is not really favored because you've also got your jungler, tank utility junglers right now who is kind of immune over the Kadita damage. Gord with the selection coming off the side of Team Singapore and also the Baxia as well.
For Singapore, I don't think this changes too much. Paquito does have a little bit more damage, but facing up against the R-Lot, it's going to be suffering a little bit. And Paquito only excels once he reaches his core power spike at level 4. Cho is getting picked up. De La Cruz really loves this hero. We've seen how a lot of the other regions play it as well. Very annoying, very disrespectful. Remember Hisham from Malaysia playing the Cho and playing just mind games for Singapore. So their entire jungle, their entire map is going to be pretty much open for the entirety of this game.
Look, I think Cho is definitely something that De La Cruz is very comfortable with, right? A similar playstyle, go in and go out, you give a lot of information. And remember what I said is, as we're going into Dangerous Grass, information is really king. So that's why the Cho really favored in this particular map. But for the side of Team Singapore, I think at the very least for the side of Roy, dropping the bombs to open up the grass could be a way to do it. But Baxia and Paquito for the side of Team Singapore, this means that they really want to play early. But Team Philippines, they also have the firepower to play early as well. With the R-Lot from the side of Vanuya, I think enough said. Every time I see R-Lot, I remember Vanuya now at this point of time. And also with the Cho, that could also just go in, dish damage, concussive blast, wave clear, and then move on.
He's just super comfortable with it, and he knows his main target. He's going to take out that Gord with the Mystic Gush. I think there's no way that Roy would have an easy field day on the back line. Lilia getting banned out. We want to give Roy an easier lane, get the early rotation as well. We see the Atlas being banned out from Philippines as well. Taking a look at the entire roster right here, it does look a little bit dire.
There's also the eve that Team Singapore can also ban out for the side, and for the last ban, the Lilia ban. Coming from the Team Singapore, okay, because the Gord is also very static. Carry ban coming out from the side of Team Philippines, a bit of a nod over to Keith as well.
I think forcing the Claude might be the best option for Philippines as well. Not too worried about the roam because they understand how Bellamy likes to play around this, and De La Cruz is pretty confident with dealing and mirroring what Bellamy's movements are.
So for now, I think
winning lane
is about playing the best, right? Like Team Singapore, so far at the very least, I can identify Wheelan is back on one of his comfort picks. Yeah, and also potentially maybe want to shake up the whole thing, right? Rotate. The Loi ban is very interesting. I was expecting more on the Yi
or
ban.
even Valentina, to the respect.
I think Valentina for the side of Team Philippines, yes, still works as well because, you know, you've got the Gord to basically take away that ultimate. Claude coming in for the side of Team Philippines, counter picking that away from Keith. Keith can also still go back to the Bruno as well. That's also something that he does play back in the good old days. And of course, we're looking for another pick coming from the side of Team Singapore. Khalid again?
Khalid, Harith, could be highly possible for them. Man, how do you want to break down? It's not really about the draft at this point for me. It's about how do you want to play it around the map? How do you want to execute your gameplay in a more passive style and not give up pretty much the free kills? Because this draft is pretty much, you know, the main difference of the side of Philippines is they have to choke. And this is going to be highly annoying in the early game. Ranger would be the answer, as well as the high loss throwing down the red carpet. And Valier coming in, Papico looking really happy about that.
Of course, if you're Valir, you deal against the high loss, you're just gonna start constantly spamming the
Not only high
fireballs
loss,
as
the
well.
Boxer too, man.
Boxia and the Paquito, you set out a steering turn on the wall. High loss at the very least, I can see how it can be used, the glorious pathway to basically slow down the retreat or also the advancement, and then everybody eats a gourd laser. I think that's okay. There's a lot of long range coming out from Team Singapore. To be honest, this draft from the side of Singapore, even for game number 1, is not too shabby either, but I feel like going into the game, the execution is where, you know, it's Team Singapore looking up at, you know, Team Philippines, which is at the top of this group, and definitely needs a lot more support than this.
Well, you know, if you're an analyst, you're going to be saying, hey, Singapore has maybe a 0.01% of winning this game. But hey, it's in that 0.01%. The Singapore will go to work. This is game 2, Philippines versus Singapore. Will Singapore finally be able to take one game off, make a statement, or will Philippines steamroll over what was the fastest game that we've seen in game number 1?
I don't have the answer for that one. I need really have to see first. Whoa. A lot of pressure coming up from Papico right off the bat. Bellamy, I think, already activating the revitalize. Papico with the flicker.
Papico with the flicker. Jinxiang finding an angle. De La Cruz also utilizing the flicker. The damage coming in from Philippines right from the get-go and targeting onto Royven is pretty much expected. You have so much mobility from De La Cruz's Cho as well. Relun there in the vicinity. Getting locked up, stunned up. De La Cruz, no flicker as well. Does have the Shunfo, does have the dash, but Relun will not let him go.
First blood over the side of Relun already, so that's okay. But that's just, you know, early game for now. De La Cruz is just a Cho currently. It's just De La Cruz's fault for giving the first blood over the side of Team Singapore.
Yep, Relun able to keep Nagoya at bay down the bottom side as well. It's 40 seconds until the first turtle spawns, which will be a true test for Team Singapore and how they handle the aggression coming in from Philippines and their team fight prowess. And for Singapore, I wouldn't count that out just yet. There was slivers of success. De La Cruz hiding in within that bush. Do we take a look at this one? I think it's just a stunt, a good call, a good rotation from Relun.
But hold on a second, Churros, there's a main fight happening as well.
In the mid side, Bellamy taking a little bit too much damage. The spin will push Jinxiang back. The jungle will fall. Papico as well. The boxer actually takes down the mid lane. Nepomuceno down low. Another one. Singapore showing signs of life in game number 2.
A bit of tempo that's sorely needed for the side of Team Singapore. Team Philippines taking 3 deaths, 3 casualties as well. And that's also even before the turtle as well. So which means that Team Singapore has a bit of a chance to go over to the turtle. And even Roy using the Mr. Gush to try to finish.
The final slash, but Relun secures that turtle. Is down way too deep. Jinxiang loses his life. Relun will be able to dash out. He's got that level 4. Bellamy in too deep. Will be stunned up, locked up, slowed down, waiting for the Goon Squad to end his life.
Yeah, that's the Valir that is really scary, like, right? And Papico on this Valir is just constantly stun locking the likes of Bellamy and the likes of even to a certain extent Jinxiang as well. So I think if you're Team Singapore, you have to be very careful. Don't forget, even though early game, heavy spin.
That's lockdown of Jinxiang. The rest of Goon Squad is right here. It's a 4-on-1. That's the collapse. As Philippines not happy about that team fight right before that turtle.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a sign of life that was given over the side Team Singapore, but over the side of Team Philippines, you know, wrestle that control all the way back for once. We don't really have a goal lead that's swinging in the favor of either side for now, but Team Philippines, you know, there is still the claw that's also scaling. Keith on the Grandeur is also should be able to lane bully as well from afar, and I really need to see a lot more coming out from Bellamy, right? Bellamy on this high loss to lead the charge to basically stun lock, and then after that, providing Royven with the Mystic Gush.
Yeah, taking a look at itemizations. Looks like he is going for the Clock of Destiny first, least a little bit of damage paired up with a sizable defense right in the early game, which is pretty much what they need. Singapore still staying healthy and staying on par with Philippines. A much better start for Singapore.
Yeah. Great start for now, but it seems like, you know, Team Philippines was able to stabilize that one. Looking to scale. We haven't seen Vinuia really you know, trying to find Weelun as well, because Weelun, you know, is a Paquito, does a lot of burst damage. It's something that Vinuya must be a little bit careful. Jinxiang rolling, looking for a target to crash onto, but decides to back off.
It doesn't want to commit underneath that turret. That's way too risky. You have a pretty good lead. You want to risk yourself right before this turtle. We're starting things up. De La Cruz knows where Weelun is. Jinxiang hiding himself. Bellamy takes the short side of the map. We're going to punish De La Cruz from coming in too deep, but he's a Cho. He will be able to skirt that out nicely. The red carpet lays down. Jinxiang find an angle. The turtle gets a reset. It's all in the plans. It's Philippines. Toys with them. That's Vinuya with the final slash, pushing them away. Mystic Gush will deal a lot of damage as Vinuya gets sealed down underground by Weelun.
But at the very least, that's a Paquito in the early game, right? Albeit the total completely forgotten by both of these two teams. But Team Singapore was able to at least get one kill all the way down for the side of Vinuya, trying to hold down the Arlot as Jinxiang picks up the second turtle.
It is in that 1.1% that Singapore will fight back. It's in that 1.1%. The Singapore still has that fight left. They're not going down without trying their best. This will be one of their last few games as Bellamy, no. He's in the wrong position, getting kicked back. He's slowed down. Bellamy delaying his death. The red carpet lays down, but a little bit too late. De La Cruz left all alone. Will skirt back out. Philippines just leading the charge underneath that turret, underneath the base, but on the back line. Weelun dealing a lot of damage. Mystic Gush comes in a little bit too late. Keep from back line. Might be able to hit it. That is Weelun with the charge, with the jab, and with the flick of play.
Diablo.
Oh, Diablo still not on woods just yet. Nepomuceno will punish him for getting a little bit too deep. That's a medical kill from Nepomuceno. As Philippines leading the charge, you're not too happy about what Singapore has done to them.
At the very least, there's a bit of a trade coming in between both these two teams. To be honest, this is also Team Philippines playing a little bit weird as well, right? They're overcommitting a little bit too much over to the side of Team Singapore, but that's also because they're kind of expecting Royven on this guard to unleash the Mystic Gush earlier just now. Team Singapore literally gave Jinxiang and also Bellamy over to the side of Team Philippines, and now Team Singapore leading the siege up top.
Might be overextending though. Jinxiang makes a U-turn, take down that T1, getting out of there. Singapore got what they want. Philippines still on par, neck and neck with Singapore still.
Maybe they got the note from the producer, hey, too fast, game number 1. But of course, you know, game number 2 this time around, a lot more signs of life coming in. And this is a very awkward fight, right? Look at Royven's positioning.
Yep.
There's a lot of chance and opportunities for the fact that you can use the Mystic Gush, but maybe because they're afraid and they're also waiting for Weelun to come in to land down the punch. And after that, you can see Weelun with the flicker punch at the same time. We'll be able to find Pipico's mark right there, pick up the killing spree, and now you got a Paquito that is slowly scaling.
That's beautiful. And also, you have Nepomuceno way too deep into enemy territory, and like you said, overextending on that one. They was not aware that Weelun was around the vicinity. De La Cruz heading deep into the jungles, into the purple buff area. Turtle getting pulled out by Philippines. Bellamy giving that vision play. Jinxiang ramping up for that spin, ramping up for that roll. Royven a little bit too late. No Mystic Gush for now, as Philippines ramping up the charge, just pushing in back. Bellamy will be the first to fall though. Slowed down, stunned up, but buy some time for Team Philippines. That's the final slash on the 3! Singapore is in shambles as Philippines runs over them.
Yeah, I would say it's just Vinuya running over there. The fight is not over yet.
Look at Weelun on mid side. He's pushing in. He's buying some time for Singapore. He's got that fight.
This is a very awkward game. I'm pretty sure Coach Aeon also would not approve of this kind of messy brawls that Team Philippines is throwing at Team Singapore. But at the very least, you know, Coach Aeon is definitely going to have a little bit of identity crisis right now.
Yep. At the very least, though, Singapore trying to find trades. At the very least, Weelun does have that damage, but he is on a timer. The longer this game goes, Philippines is constantly going to scale up. They're not going to only have to deal with Papico, De La Cruz, and Vinuya. They're going to have to deal with a huge melting damage from the loss.
Yeah, I think it's just that, you know, Weelun is trying to find an angle to come in, but the Glorious Pathway is used to basically pull back and retreat.
Yep. At least he knows that bottom side. I can't believe that this wasn't a replay. I thought we've been here before, Jace.
Yeah, definitely, right?
Jinxiang, no. Oh, Weelun! With a 2-man hit up from that bottom side. Jinxiang's all left all alone right now. Nepomuceno already overextending, but it's 8 kills for the Sakai.
Look, if you want my expert analysis, I would say Weelun did a very good job earlier just now. You know, split pushing a little bit, put some pressure, put some flanks. So at least Weelun's doing a great job as a Paquito. But don't forget, Team Philippines is on a steady top.
There's a reposition. Won't be able to chase that one up. Vinuya taking a lot of hits. Will be able to dash out. One more hit. One more hit. The long and Vinuya gets out. The red carpet falls, but they don't want to chase it too much. They're going to push that situation. Pushing Bellamy all the way back. De La Cruz coming in. That's the kick. That's the jump. That's the stun up. That's Keith with the kill on De La Cruz.
The laser coming out from Roy and also Kiv land down the shot. I think more importantly is whether Keith actually holds on to the Sky Piercer, because that's going to be definitely a good stack coming in. And don't forget, we've been here before, even in AGQ, right? Yeah, thank you very much. Sky Piercer stack is already here, and you know we've been here before. When the Granger starts rolling with Savages, and after that Maniacs, because of the Sky Piercer stack stacking up over and over again. Yeah. This Granger may be a very scary Granger.
Papico forced to use the flicker, forced to use the ultimate. No major resource already utilized. De La Cruz very deep in. On the back, Vinuya finding an angle for a final slash. He's holding on to that one. Chinseng gets repositioned back all the way. No more boxing for this first Lord take. Singapore extended a little bit too far, Jace. Bellamy over next to fall. They keep slowing him down.
Yeah, and that's the power of Papico and also the rest of the members from the side of Team Philippines, right? It's just a constant slow roasting of Team Singapore, one after another, on top of with Papico and alongside with Pillars, of course, with the corrosive side already. There's nothing. Wait, he didn't even have it. My God.
For a extremely close fight where Singapore kind of won it out and equalized the economy line. Philippines economy scaling up. We haven't seen Pilas actually fully committing with the Blazing Duet or any of these big damage moves. He does have the Holy Trinity. Let's take a look at the replay to see what actually went down.
Yeah, I think it's just, you know, the overwhelming amount of damage that Pilas and also Vinuya alongside with Nepomuceno. Nepomuceno is CC constantly stun locking onto Bellamy, and then after that it's just, you know, Royven already better flicker. There's no way that the Gord, even though riding on a skateboard, you expect him to actually zoom, room, but he cannot actually run away.
What you can't run away from as well is the Lord marching from that top. It's Philippines trying to sync up that wave. Wilun trying to find any consolation that he can with the split pushes. I think that is the strategy that he wants to go for. As Nepomuceno keeping the bottom side busy. Lord being chauffeured upon by 4 members of Philippines on that top side. The crash will land. That's the final slash onto 2. A little bit too close for comfort right there. So Rick up and gets laid down. But that's a lot of damage from Keith on the backside. Nepomuceno pushing everyone back out. That's counter re-engage.
Great engage coming up from the side of Nepomuceno. Will be able to find the back line and then start pushing into...
Oh no, another one. The final slash on Wilun. He gets caught out. Keith still staying happy, still staying fine. That's an 11-minute game. They still have the minions on the mid side.
Being cleared out by the side. Keith flickers forward. Okay, that's going to be a Sky Piercer. Pilas going in.
Pilas going in. He will seal the deal. That's the gold lane versus the gold standard. Philippines, they're pushing it in. Bellamy comes out, but it's nothing much that the Hylos can do. He still's got Royven though. Keith is still needed. It's 25 seconds. The final slash once again, Jace.
Man, Vinuya is finding all this final slash. It feels like, you know...
Mystic Gush. Already laid down, Bellamy. Taking a lot of hits. There's Pilas, no minions, no problem. They still got another fat wave coming in. There's 3 members out for Singapore and Philippines showing their discipline, getting the heck out of there.
Well, Nepomuceno was actually rubbing his nose just now as he's playing. You can see, hey, I just need one hand. But jokes aside, right, it's just Team Singapore right now has 2 open bays that they need to defend from. And I feel like there's 2 or 3 times that Vinuya was able to find amazing final slash. This is Exhibit B. This is the second one already, right? Yeah, because don't forget, final slash, the cooldown is so short, and that's why Vinuya was able to spam all across the board. And now with Keith right there, I think he definitely has to try to do something, right? Overcommitting over to that one, Pillars also flickering, also finding that kill as well. So yeah, being able to deny Keith from building up the Sky Piercer stack is something that Team Philippines is looking to do.
I think for Singapore, they're giving way too many free kills over the Philippines. And for Singapore though, Nepomuceno almost getting caught out. That's the jump by the Boxia. Philippines slowly pushing it in. They're 10k gold lead ahead. Singapore will not be able to contest for this. Lord will go over the hands of Philippines unless, you know, a miracle happens. But it's way too fast. Yep, that's the blitz. Philippines will pick that one up.
Yep, blitz it up very quickly. There's I would say it's a little bit difficult because definitely Team Philippines has already scaled, and now, okay, maybe this is a way they can do it.
A stun onto Nimble Museno, able to push Bellamy back. That's a counter re-engage. Philippines is so fast and so far ahead. There's the push back on the Whip Dragon. Bellamy gets caught out. He will be the sacrificial lamb once again. As Singapore on the defense, they cannot step foot out of this base.
Yeah, the basic guns is already used as well. Bellamy, the sacrificial lamb, given over side Team Philippines already, and now there's a lot of marching in. William trying to make a play right here, trying to look for a pickoff.
Bottom side, but De La Cruz not too worried about this. He still has the immortality. Fabico taking a lot of shots from Keith. At the very least, Keith has that damage, but not a lot of defense. Bellamy's still out and about, still out of commission. That's the final smash once again for Nagoya. Not expecting that at all. The burn will take Keith out. No damage for Singapore. 3 members down. Philippines will take the charge over the throne and take down game number 2 without just taking out the rest of Singapore with them.
Yeah, GG, well played over the side of Team Philippines and of course Team Singapore, right? Team Philippines, of course, first seed going up against the 8th seed, and you can start to see the gap between these two teams are huge. But of course, you know, GG, well played, I would say. There are several times, especially at the start of the game, the early game, there are several signs of life, to be honest, coming up from Team Singapore, right? However, Team Philippines, it's just a very different team as compared as you see from a lot of these teams. In fact, I would say that I can identify one very clear difference between this team versus the other team. If you want to talk about Team Indonesia, you want to talk about Team Cambodia as well, Team Philippines always find trades. They are okay to play from behind, and then after that, they know when the power spike, and there's the strike, right? And they force you into a fight where you don't want to be in, and that's why Sanford on this R-Lot comes into play. And not only just even if he doesn't pick the R-Lot, there's also the Paquito that he can also use to literally roam around the map, create openings, and then start flanking and start finding picks, and then just, you know, just go away. Even if he gets a kill, that's great. Even if he doesn't, hey, I scare you, I push the main damage dealer, and then we shall see whether Team Philippines will strike as well.
And for Team Philippines, at the helm of the plane is basically Karotizi or Nepomuceno. With this Akai, he knows how far to engage. He's building damage as well, taking a look at the items. He's got a crown, an invisible crown. Is that an ode to Venus?
Endless battle build.
Endless battle,
yeah. Malefic gun, and Malefic Roar as
That's
well.
a pseudo damage Akai.
I mean, technically speaking, yes, he can benefit from all his abilities, bonus attack. I don't think this is the kind of build that you want to try in your own games, ladies and gents. But of course, KDA is 1318, and Akai that's also doing a lot of damage for some weird reason. A GPM 894. Brother is not a tank utility jungle. Brother is an assassin panda.
Yeah, it's also very hard to take him down, right? He's just built one Anticuras, and at the end of the day, Keith doesn't really do too much. He's not that scary anymore. I like his pose though. Yeah. It reminds me of Oh My Venus.
No, I think maybe it's picking up an invisible crown, or maybe perhaps is the horns of the goat.
He is the okay.
91%
I like
kill
that.
Yep, 91% kill participation as well. But ladies and gents at home, please don't try this at home. This is not the build for you if you want to go for a tank roam Akai. Sorry, tank Akai jungle.
You're not Nepomuceno.
Nepomuceno.
It's just Nepomuceno doing Nepomuceno things. You don't doubt him. This is the build now. I think everyone's just gonna follow it now.
No, please.
I really hope so. But at the end of the day, thank you to Singapore not only for this game. They had their hearts out in this game. It's not an easy fight for Philippines, at least in the early game. But Wilun just trying his best, doing whatever he can. But at the end of the day, Singapore, 8th seed, still unable to make their way to Nagoya, Japan for the main stage. But hey, thank you for hosting the AGQ.
Yeah, at the very least, you know, hopefully, you know, they're also going to take this as a learning opportunity for them to really go back into the drawing board for future events as well. But of course, you know, congratulations over to Team Philippines for taking this victory. At the very least, it is not an 8-minute, 58 seconds game.
Yeah. But still, though, I think it's just extremely difficult for Team Singapore. I think that in the early game there was some moments of brilliance. I keep saying that, and we keep saying early game, early game, early game. But like for Singapore, they did find chinks in the armor. For Philippines, started making mistakes. But when Nagoya came online, he really came online, and the entire early game was without Palas. Palas was just doing Palas things. He was just farming up. And once the clock comes in, it's basically a losing battle for Singapore.
Yeah, of course. Like I mean, Pabico also on the Valere, right? You can start to see the potential of the Valere in this next patch. Even if you don't have the juice in the Valere, it's also a worthy opponent to deal with this Akai as well. Let's take a look at the standings as well. Team Philippines solidly on the top, first seed. Cambodia following suit. Team Indonesia, Myanmar, Malaysia, Vietnam, Laos, and Singapore down at the bottom. Of course, congratulations over to the Philippines and Cambodia. Technically speaking, they've confirmed that they're going to Nagoya. But I would say in terms of the middle of the pack, especially if you want to talk about the Team Vietnam, Malaysia, and Myanmar, still a bit shaky. It's almost there. It feels like, we're just waiting for the concrete to dry. I would say it's already 15% dry by now. But this also will definitely depend on the match, especially in between on the other stage, which is going to be Vietnam versus Malaysia.
Yeah. But that being said, though, I think next match in the up on stream will be in Indonesia versus Cambodia. This is going to be a huge test for Indonesia as well, and will be potentially it will be their last game.
Yep.
And Cambodia actually took down Philippines. Malaysia unable to take down Cambodia. Will Indonesia be the weakness that Cambodia has is yet to be seen in the next game?
Yeah, and it feels like Team Cambodia is literally going around collecting the trophies of all the NBL
the
regions,
heads
right?
of gods.
Yeah, literally, like 2-1 Team Philippines, 2-0 Malaysia as well. I mean, Indonesia, you're going for them next.
Yep. This would be very interesting. Indonesia had a previous win just now against Myanmar, so riding the high of that momentum. But going into Cambodia, it won't be an easy feat. Cambodia has shown so much prowess in terms of their drafting capabilities, the adjustments that they had on the fly and within the games that a lot of big teams, the Philippines and Malaysia, can't handle. So this will be a great culmination. Will we see a new king arise in Southeast Asia?
Yeah, I think upcoming match, I'm really excited about this because I feel Team Cambodia and also Team Indonesia share somewhat of a similar vibes, and they are, of course, definitely looking to clash over and over again, so it's going to be really exciting, Churros.
Hopefully, but the clash, hopefully Indonesia doesn't throw their bodies like we seen yesterday.
Yeah, with that said, ladies and gents, don't go away because coming up next, Team Indonesia going up against Cambodia on the main stage. We're going to go on a short break. Don't go away. More exciting shows and also matches coming right up.
Hey, before we go, I do have a little bit of a question to ask you.
Hey, oh, hold on. Oh, we're not breaking yet?
We're not breaking yet.
Okay, ask away then.
What's for dinner?
What's for dinner? I don't know. I actually don't know. I gotta take a look.
Nah, yeah, this is just to buy time. And we're going to be heading for a break really soon. We'll see you after this break. Ciao.
so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
moment. In crimson splendor! Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hirana? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
your most brilliant moment. In crimson splendor! Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
and we are back after a long break. Thank you very much to the previous series, of course, but we shall be moving on to the 2026 Asian Games Esports event for the MLBB qualifiers. This is Jace, this is Charles. This is the last series that we'll be watching for today. It's been a journey, Churros, and I'm really glad I'm spending time with you.
I am also very
Don't
glad I'm
read
spending
into the
time with
sarcasm
you.
in my mouth.
But we have come full circle,
Yes,
Jace.
we
This has been an incredibly long series, especially for Group A. So many teams to battle it out, 8 teams in total. And hey, Cambodia has still not had a loss just yet. We're going to be watching Cambodia versus Indonesia, and this is going to be the last game that we'll be casting right here.
Yeah, I think this is also, even if you take a look, just now I was actually going over to the sub-stage as well because there was such a long break time, right? I was able to catch some parts of the Vietnam versus Team Malaysia game as well. Unfortunately, it is Team Vietnam that got 2-1. Of course, you know, I have my bias, bias caster, of course. All casters are biased, by the way, because that's how we care about the game.
All people are biased.
All people are biased.
Don't shoot us in the foot, Jace.
Yeah, okay. I just had to say it. I just had to put it online right there. But of course, you know, Vietnamese, the Vietnam team won against Malaysia 2-1, so that kind of shakes up the standings just a
seedings.
little bit. And man, if I have the standings for you up right now, I'll show it to you. But I think right now, let's focus mainly on the task at hand, Churros.
This is Indonesia. We know them, we love them. We've seen them earlier on in game number 4 that we've seen today. Dingarai, Alexander, Delvin, Afan, and Shauki. In the previous match, they took a 2-0 win over Myanmar. Quite a bit of a shaky start, especially game number 1.
Yep.
Game number 2 really came back strong, held a dominant performance, consistent all throughout the game.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of performance that you expect coming from Alter Ego, Team Indonesia, going into representing their home region as well, right? And also, there's a lot of things that I feel like for the side of Team Indonesia could also potentially fix, right? There's certain cases where, you know, Alexander was a little bit sus right there, and also sometimes, you know, Talvin actually took the Mathilda guiding win that's supposed to save onto Afan. But with that said, let's take a look on the side of Team Cambodia, represented by Favin, T. Udom, Sovan Chanmakara, and Nem Chandavan, and He Meng Hong.
I think you're just butchering their names right now.
We all do.
But hey, we might not be able to say their names, but we know what they do. They let their actions speak louder than words.
That's right.
They have been destroying the Titans, taking down Philippines, taking down Malaysia, top of the seeds in terms of the MPL rankings as well. Now their final test will be Indonesia. And if anyone would be able to take them down, it would be Indonesia. We'll see when we jump into the draft. But so far, no losses just yet. Haven't dropped a game in the qualifiers.
Haven't dropped a series in the qualifier. Did drop 2 games throughout the qualifiers, namely towards Team Philippines and also Team Myanmar as well. But in the end of the day, Team Cambodia still emerged top, winning that series in the 2-1 fashion. So technically speaking, almost near flawless game. But of course, when you look for the POV of their series wins, yeah, they look flawless as of now.
Yeah, they kind of operate a little bit like Team Philippines. It reminds me of like in the early game, they might be shaky from the start. They're taking the kills, they're dropping their bodies, but they don't let that falter in their minds, and they're just always pushing back. In the last, in the mid to late stage of the game, they're always playing that death ball that we kind of know and love. So Indonesia does have a little bit more information. They played every single game already. This will be the last game. Indonesia definitely needs to get their homework out.
I think Team Indonesia, in terms of homework, it's not only just about the enemy teams as well. I think there's a lot of things that they also have to suss out on themselves. Especially a team like Team Cambodia, it seems like, you know, whenever you handshake these team fights, it seems like they are really that 5-headed Hydra, and the only way to really try to dismantle against this Hydra is really just by sheer macro, right? Like, you really need to pull them apart in team fights, get them into messy situations, and then after that, deal with them one after another. Looking at Team Indonesia, it seems like they do have that sort of capability as well, but I think sometimes it's just also a bit of confusing pathings that comes out from Team Indonesia once in a while.
Yeah, and you said it before, right? M7, second seed, they have really a lot of expectations riding on their shoulders. The kind of way that they operate, as we can see from the game against Malaysia, is pretty similar to how Malaysia likes to play, splitting up these team fights, drawing them away from the main objectives. And we'll see in expanding rivers, which is something that Indonesia kind of knows and love. Very aggressive from the start, but Cambodia is passive when they need to be, aggressive and controlled when the time calls for it.
I think what you can tell from the side of Team Indonesia, of course, they really live in the chaos, right? They're able to make plays and also make catches, especially from the side of Dingarai, and also to a certain extent Alexander as well, during the chaos. But when you talk about Team Cambodia, though, I feel like you get a sense of calm chaos coming from them, especially when it comes to these team fights. Look at the pick bands coming out right here, especially game number 1. Team Cambodia bans with the Fanny, the Phobias, the Juicin. Team Indonesia bans with the Akai and the Freya. I think Team Cambodia just don't want to deal with the Juicin because they are potentially going in for something like a Fredrin right off the bat, especially in the first phase. But Team Indonesia, though, bans away the Akai. They know that this Panda is so busted right now, especially in these neutral objective takedown.
In the hands of Cambodia as well. If they play a death ball strategy, the Panda can essentially just push you away, pin you to the wall. It turns a huge little skirmish fight that they want to make into a pick-off favoring the side of Cambodia. And it's quite interesting about the Fanny. One, it's respect over to Afan, plays lean, mean Fanny. Number 2, the Fanny is thwarting the strategy. They like to play full team fight and 5 men sticking together. We've seen that just now. Kyofavin was just blocked together by 5 big brothers, and they pulled out the Barats as well. So they do have some level of intelligence and high intelligence to this gameplay.
Yeah, that's why I said controlled chaos, right? Whereas for the side of Team Indonesia, they thrive in the chaos. We shall see which kind of chaos that would be bringing forth in between these two teams. Where Team Cambodia, first pick goes over to the Marcel, denying that away from Alexander. I was leaning towards the Gord first pick because we started to see a bit of a rise in terms of the Gord, but I think Gord as a first pick, especially this early on, you're susceptible to the Zetian, you're susceptible to the Yuzhong as well, and especially with Yuzhong, that's also really wide open for the taking between these two teams. It seems like it could potentially goes into an R2, R1 pick.
A lot of options for Indonesia. The claw definitely will be on the tables. Cambodia typically responds with the carry, but the Matilda right here would shake things up, especially for the side of Indonesia. This is them in the previous game against Myanmar. They pulled it out. It paired up with the Akai though, in terms of that team fight. They were able to bring your marksmen in and out of battles. You can sustain. There's a lot of mobility coming around, and it pairs well with expanding rivers, which is the map for this game.
Definitely, I think the reason why Team Indonesia prioritized the Matilda so early on is just purely because of that expanding rivers map. However, Team Cambodia, solid picks coming up already, Arlot and also the Fredrin. And now, of course, right, that also a big denial over the side of Team Indonesia. Seems like they also like that Fredrin as well. Apart from that, there's still a Baxia that's still available for the side of Team Indonesia to take. And now imagine, you got a Baxia, you got a Matilda, you got expanding rivers. That means that Team Indonesia is really looking to sow chaos on the top and the bottom and all over the place.
Will they pick the Boxer up? We've seen how Cambodia deal with it previously, but the Arlot is already picked up. And there's a lot of repositioning factors. Cambodia definitely going to be suffering a little bit in the early game because of the Matilda, because of the vision that the Matilda brings. The Yve will come into play for Indonesia. They like their zonal control, especially securing the objectives. And Indonesia knows that they will have a hard time against Cambodia in these objectives. And if they want to take that down, why not just create that zone to deny Cambodia of that satisfaction?
To be honest, I'm not a big fan of that. I feel like there's a better hero, or even to a certain extent a better role for the R3 slot. Definitely the Baxia is also the one that I'm kind of voting for. There's also even potential a Leomord that I'm voting for as well for the R3 slot, right? And the fact that you are also still the tanky, you are divey, you got the Matilda to help you save the day as well, just in case you got pulled in. You can also dive using the Leomord and just starting wrecking havoc all across the board. Now you're dropping Eve, you're going up against Arlot, you're going up against a Marcel, you're just basically sitting down once you have the real world manipulation. And yeah, and because not only just the fact that, I pointed out these potential heroes, now the Baxia is going to get taken away. You're going to see you're going to see Team Cambodia starting to trim down Afan's hero pool.
Higher mobility heroes. Guinevere could potentially be in the picture as well. does well against tanky heroes. Great stun, great mobility, great crowd control.
Guinevere, yep, definitely can go into the bans right here. It also forces, you know, Team Indonesia to go for Leomord. I think either way, it's either the Guinevere or the Leomord, right? I think Team Indonesia definitely set up the bans and also picks in this way so that at least they've got some form of reaction. But for the side of Team Cambodia, you're starting to see all these gold laners that starting to dwindle down. You only got, what, Bruno that we've seen so far in the gold lane that could also potentially do.
Ooh, okay. I think they've done a little bit of their homework. No jungle. I'm going to pick up the
Camilla jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just like Team Cambodia doing the homework, right? I'm still not convinced by the Carmilla jungle that Team Indonesia did pull off yesterday. And I thought, you know, that was already old news, right? So Team Indonesia probably gonna get away with that one free ban.
Cambodia though also losing priority over the gold lane without the carry, which worked so well for Keo Favin.
But the carry, right? Apparently for the side of Team Indonesia, still not a massive threat, I would say. But of course, even though you're not a super tank, the burst damage coming out from the flying light boost is something that you should be looking out. Okay, maybe I take that back. There you go. That's the reason why they ban away the carry, right? The Alice comes into play, and of course to stun lock everybody into this real world manipulation. It also peels for the side of the Eve. At the same time, there's a lot of AOE damage. I think Team Cambodia needs to know what's up, and they need to find a way to stop this.
Yeah, what better way to deal with a death ball than sending them to the depths of hell yourself with the Thorn of Ruins. And if Delvin plays his cards or Sharuki plays his cards right, it will be able to create so much havoc for the side of Cambodia. So now Cambodia might be looking for an anti-dive kind of synergy. What kind of heroes would they need in terms of, hey, I want some form of lane priority, I want some form of mobility. We've seen the Moskov, okay, coming up here. Barca works well with the high rotations down on the mid side as well. And a classic artillery versus artillery mage in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is a very classic lineup coming off from Team Cambodia, right? We've seen this before. Now with the Marcel added to the mix, looking to kind of slow down or basically stop the Yi from laying down the real world manipulation and to a certain extent even the TOR. And the best part is, imagine if the TOR is landed and catching all 5 members, all Marcel has to do, land the golden hour, we wait until the TOR comes back online, and then we start fighting as well. So that's something that potentially Team Cambodia can also do. Team Indonesia though, the jungle is the one that I'm looking at. Now, there's still the Leomord that Team Indonesia could go for, unless I want to try something sneaky. Guinevere as well.
Yep.
All right.
Yep, that would be the best possible option for Indonesia at this point. Set up with the TOR, and then Guinevere follows up with a spatial migration. At least the Alice would be able to buy some time in the major objective takes, which is what Indonesia is fearing based on their lineup. They built up the Yves in order to build the box around the major objective. So you don't want to pour all your eggs into the jungle trying to split up these team fights. And if you pick up a little more, you have the Barbiel, you need to be able to go into the face of your opponents.
Yep, that's it, ladies and gents. We're loading up into game. Team Cambodia going up against Team Indonesia on the Expanding Rivers map. And that's why we need to see a lot more chaos if Team Indonesia want to win. That's where the Strive, that's where the Mazilda comes into play, the Alice comes into play with the TOR, whereas controlled chaos is what Team Cambodia brings onto the table. We shall see as we load up into game number 1.
Last game of the Asian Game qualifiers. Indonesia suffered a couple of losses, and this will be one of their biggest tests that they will have so far. Cambodia has taken down 2 of the MPL Titans, Philippines and Malaysia. Indonesia is the only one standing in their way of a perfect 7-game streak.
Yep, I think I would say, remember that meme of the Green Reaper knocking on each other's doors?
Yep, that is going to be Cambodia. I can imagine that already.
Yeah, I mean, you used to be a designer. You know what I'm talking about. You live in memes.
But I live in memes.
Yeah, but you know, like, Team Cambodia, I think this controlled chaos of a roster coming up from this draft can potentially work as well. They've got a lot of ways to disengage. Technically speaking, the Golden Hour is also a way to also anti-dive as well. They also slows down the TOR at the same time. So yeah, pretty excited to see what Team Cambodia has in store. But right now, let's take a look at the whole keys to victory between these 2 teams. I feel like if you want to talk about high-octane, high-movement gameplay, you got to have take that from the side of Team Indonesia. That's where the roster truly shines. But don't expect a lot of kill potential for the side of Team Indonesia right off the bat, right? You're looking at a lot of kill potential maybe along the river instead, because your roaming trio, which is the Guinevere, Yves, and the Mathilda, is the one, especially Yves and the Mathilda, is the one that do most of the damage.
Yeah, in the early game though, I think for the side of the Guinevere, that's going to be the orbs. It's going to deal a lot of damage. You have a lot of mobility coming in to the picture as well. We're going to see quite a bit of team fights in the first turtle. I don't doubt that. But when it comes to the late game, though, the sustain ability for Indonesia is off the charts. You got the Matilda, you got the Alice, you got a way to get into the battle, you got a way to get out of the battle. So for the Alice itself, this looks like a really fun game for them.
I think apart from you talk about a regen, right? Team Indonesia, this is the roster that relies on, I would say, on Clock and also the Yves to do the bulk of the damage. Guinevere, as technically a tank jungle, does have a decent chunk of damage, but the main role of this Guinevere is to basically hold and knock somebody up, make sure it stays in the air so that real world manipulation and also the Clock can do the damage that's necessary. Whereas if you take a look from the side of Team Cambodia though, they can do hit and run very quickly, right? Marcel can lean in support top and bottom. We know the Fragrance, not the amount of damage. The Farsa can also start to burst. So if you want to talk about early game, Team Cambodia feels like they do have that advantage in the early game as well, especially with the Arlot, with the Vengeance attack damage buff.
Come to think of it, I think for Cambodia, the biggest Achilles heel that they have is that they don't really have a lot of disengage ability for their side. Guinevere jumps in. I mean, less of the Arlot, because Arlot's going to be taking control of the back line. Yves, once they drop the box, you're going to see Arlot to the face. But then that leaves the rest of the 4 members, and not even the 4 members. Moskov is definitely going to be on the side lanes, clearing the ways, trying to maintain a lane priority for Cambodia. And it's going to be a 3-man battle. In the case of any big skirmishes or big team fights in the later stages, Moskov is definitely going to be joining in. There is some form of range for that. But when the TOR lands, when the spatial migration lands, there's not a lot of disengage to disrupt this the Violet Requiem that really comes up to lock them all up in the sky. And also pairs well. Okay, Guinevere actually really pairs well with the Matilda. Come to think of it, the knock up and then the jump onto that spot.
Yeah, I think like there's a lot of potential coming up from the side of Team Indonesia, right? If Team Indonesia were to win, basically they would just overwhelm Team Cambodia with a ton of CCs that can, of course, bring onto the table, right? You got the TOR, you got the knock-up, real one and manipulation, getting wing, and Clock goes brute, scrit, everybody dies with the blazing duet. Whereas on the side of Team Cambodia, I feel like this is a roster that's a lot more, can be mobile as well because of the wings by wings and also the Marcel, right? However, Fragrant is a utility jungle dash CC monster as well, looking to knock up and also slow down and maybe hopefully combo break. I feel like the whole point of Team Cambodia, especially with this roster with the Marcel and also the Fragrant, is to combo break. You want to break the combo between the spatial migration into the Violet Requiem. You want to break the combo so that the Alice doesn't jumps in, doesn't go for the TOR, so that at the very least you get a safe passage as well. And then at the same time, you got to get the Moskov up and running as quickly as possible.
Indonesia also fields quite a pretty good anti-dive combination. If they want to play it super passively the entirety of the game, they could just wait for Cambodia to just dive into them. They do have quite a bit of knockups, a bit of stuns, and create a zone for themselves. If Cambodia is able to split Indonesia's heads, then it would be a little bit of a big issue for Cambodia. But hey, it's all down to execution in the gameplay, so we'll just have to wait and see what these teams actually play and how they execute this draft in the game itself.
Yep. I feel like we've already kind of talked about like how the roster is gonna work. We also talk about how the various team, the playstyle is extra. But of course, I think we have to go on a short break very soon because we're gonna have to make sure that the game is fair and square. There's a bit of a technical issue. Just gotta get it fixed very quickly. So, ladies and gents, this roster, I'm excited about this one. I feel like we did hype up, this particular matchup, Cambodia's Controlled Chaos versus Team Indonesia's, crazy chaos, right?
Yeah, what better way to end this off than the last game of the entire HGQ?
Right. With that said, don't go away, ladies and gents. Going on a short break. We'll be right back. And of course, ladies and gents, welcome back. We kind of went on a short break just to solve that technical delay, but we are able to resolve it, thank God, in time. And of course, you know, Team Cambodia going up against Team Indonesia is the game that we're watching currently. We're still in game number 1. And I feel like, yeah, what we mentioned earlier just now, controlled chaos versus crazy chaos that you don't even know what's going on, but somehow they still produce results.
This is also a chance for Cambodia as we jump into the match itself to cement itself as one of the top dogs in the Southeast Asian region. And Indonesia is one of the only few countries left, or if not the only country left, that would be able to stop them in their tracks. As we jump into game 1, wasting no time at all for this one. Look, taking a look at the draft, we hypothesized quite a little bit. How is the early game going to work out for Indonesia?
I feel like in terms of early game, Delvin and also Alexander alongside Afan should be able to retain. I think the main target for them is to try to kind of resolve the skirmishes coming out from the side of Chamakara and also the Frejin and also T as well, right?
Afan getting the jump onto Tai, able to read that jump very well. Just one more hit away. The flicker already burnt by Delvin, even though he wasn't able to secure the kill onto Tai.
Yeah, that's a good flicker, I would say. At this early juncture, there's still you will still be able to get the flicker towards the turtle fight as well. Nice amount of damage coming off on the side of Alexander and Afan onto the Frejin for now for the side of Team Indonesia. But like this is like what I mentioned, right? We expect chaos, and they're like literally able to survive in it, they thrive in it, and they're trying to do it against Team Cambodia.
Loads of mobility, right, for Afan. On the Guinevere, you're starting to engage, starting the aggressiveness. You're already taking down one jungle camp or neutral creep from Cambodia, and this is how Indonesia wants to play. Try to push them back, try to deny their approach for as long as they can during the early game, and try to deny that level 4 from all these lanes.
I think in terms of level checks, you know, Delvin is still level 3 currently. Of course, you know, there's still one wave that's coming. In terms of who clears a wave quicker, I would say both are kind of equal. But Alexander is still level 2, whereas, you know, T is already going into level 3 already. So that's, I think, a good note to take.
It will take a little bit more time, but as the turtle spawns up, time is not on either team's side. Shaoki trying to zone out Tai, giving a little bit more vision. Frejin is not in the range as of now. Shaoki holding on to the TOR. The box drops on top of Shaoki, able to get pulled out. Afan secures that turtle, and Indonesia uses that TOR for good measure and getting the flicker out.
Yeah, the reason why, you know, Team Cambodia, hold on.
Oh, hold on a second. Alexander walked into the wrong bush.
Yeah, that's a good first blood coming outside of Team Cambodia, right? This is what we call calm chaos coming outside Team Cambodia. They know that they don't really have the fire side for level 4, thus they did not even try to headshake.
Mid-side, underneath the turret, the Feather airstrike opens up, securing the kill onto Delvin.
Yeah, delayed gratification coming out from inside Team Cambodia, right? Earlier just now, as I was saying, Team Cambodia knows they have to forfeit the turtle over the side of Team Indonesia because they don't really have the Feather airstrike. If you take a look, the far side is still level 3, right? And then almost immediately, it is just for the side of Team Indonesia to try to make a play. So I think, you know, using the flicker, find a slash is the one and the way for them to find some form of consolation prize. And then after that, scale into Sovan picking up that second kill.
Indonesia definitely intimidated by the final slash. But then again, losing their grip in the mid lane, though, you have a lot of range from the far side as well with the Feather airstrike and a little bit of an innate stun with their S1, S2 combo. So Indonesia playing on the back foot for now. It's not too far elite that Cambodia has, but you don't want to make this kind of mistakes. You want to give any free kills over to Cambodia. On the top side, though, Shaoki able to get that orb and get out of the way. You still have Alexander pull for an extra pull if they need to.
Interesting movement coming out of the Dinger right. Well, oh, hold on.
As the TOR land on top of that Frederick. This is the Fraser's Wrath, locking one down. Great golden hour from the side of Cambodia. But Shaoki way too deep in. But airstrike might be enough to take Shaoki down. Down he goes by the Farce's hands.
And this is the problem that I was talking about, right? Marcel is right there to basically slow down Team Indonesia in terms of the wombo combo. Afan was actually able to jump onto the right target, which is Meng Kong on that R-Lord. But because of how T using the golden hour right there to slow down all of a sudden, that TR coming out of Sayuki is like ultimately forgotten. It's a non-factor at all. And because of that, Team Indonesia lost that team fight.
Without Shaoki in position, with that one early kill, Cambodia taking control of this turtle. Looks like Afan wants to try to contest for this one. No, he's gonna just give it up.
They're not in position. Xiaoyuki already used the TOR. Delvin has already committed to the real-world manipulation. Alexander doing the same as well.
Oh, final slash into the Feather Airstrike. Nothing that Alexander can do except that guiding wind to bring Delvin out and safe.
Hey, that's exactly what Alexander can do, right, Churros? Using the guiding wind, finally Delvin took the right one, right, this time around compared to the previous series. But you can start to see, you know, the controlled chaos coming out of Team Cambodia. When they set their mind, when they want something, they look at this one target, they lock it down, and then they proceed. Whereas for Team Indonesia, they really thrive in this chaos, able to find, you know, easy pickings in the midst of chaos as well. But then again, you can start to see, seems like controlled chaos is the one that is winning so far.
Great mobility coming in from Cambodia as well. We see high on the R-lot, rotating together as 4, and Cambodia fighting at every single team fight, outnumbering, outclassing Indonesia so far. Indonesia has to find a way to pick off any one of the members of Cambodia before committing to any big team fights. And Faden kind of knows this. He's ditching up that turtle because Indonesia is not in the right position. He knows the power spikes are not hit. It's not his time yet.
If you notice how Dingarai has been rotating around the map, right? Using the BMI in the middle of the river just to get there to the mid lane, farm that up, BMI all the way back, so that he's actually starting to farm 2 lanes as well. And that means that, you know, Dingarai is definitely going to have a bit of, not only just the fact that EXP advantage, he's also going to get that gold advantage to help him scale into his necessary items.
Well, you got to keep up with the speed that Matilda actually brings to the table. Delvin is going to have a pretty decent clear speed in the mid lane. And so when Alexander's nearby, you get the guiding wind, you're able to take an airplane down to the bottom side or even the top for an immediate skirmish if you have to. But doesn't look like Indonesia wants to risk any of these aggressive engages anymore. We saw a little bit of a shift and adjustment on how they want to play this game.
That was exactly what I was talking about during the loading screen. Hold on, T, looking for a pick. We'll be able to snap 2 photos onto Team Indonesia for now. Not a lot of engages, nobody from the side of Team Cambodia is looking to commit.
Oh, that's a 2-man final
Oh my
slash.
goodness.
And a slash from Thor's hammer. Down into the ground they go. The security kill onto Delvin. Shaoki able to find his way out of harm's way. As Indonesia again losing heads.
I'm not envying Delvin's situation right there, right? Appraisal's wrap right into the Feather Airstrike and also the final slash. He is the victim of a couple of, well, ultimates.
Not only is Cambodia looking for trades, they're sending Moskov and rotating and just converting that lanes up onto the EXP side. Take a look at that breakdown. They were not seeing where Arnold was coming.
Yeah, and it's just so annoying, right, for the side of Team Indonesia, right? The problem is that Team Cambodia has a lot of killing pressure right from the get-go, whereas from the side of Team Indonesia, their strength lies on their ability to regen over and over again using Guinevere, using the Atlas, but they need Dingarai to come online as quickly as possible. That's why we noticed Dingarai has been solidly trying to farm bot and also mid as well. But the problem is because they've given so much real estate over the side of Team Cambodia, especially on Mekong on this R-Lot. Yeah, they're starting to lose a lot of real estate, starting to lose a lot of gold pressure, gold from these resources.
Smart move on Cambodia, trying to give Moskov that safe lane, but the Circling Eagle falls underneath that turret though. The Feather Airstrike will keep everyone at bay as SOD goes wide. That would have been even more disastrous for Indonesia. They already lost Dingarai. They don't want to lose anymore.
This is Cambodia saying that, hey, I'm looking to snowball and I am here. And, you know, picking out Dingarai is amazing because that's how you slow down the Cloud. Don't forget, the Cloud has been farming on 2 lanes and Kyo was able to catch up. Now with the Golden Staff already in the pocket, he is now able to crack open not only just mid, but also pick up the items. So far, in 8 minutes, ladies and gents, Team Indonesia hasn't secured a single kill.
They lost their grip. Indonesia, they had the potential to set the momentum of the game. Afan was already starting the engages. You have Alexander to be able to pull you in and out of safety. But Cambodia just punishing Indonesia for coming and stepping a little bit too close. Kyo just on a farming spree up on the top side. You see him, you blink once and he's up on the bottom.
Yep, and that's especially what I was talking about, right? Like, the Claw definitely still needs a lot more time. It's only like, what, 500 gold difference between these 2 gold laners. Still salvageable for the side of Team Indonesia as of yet. But the threat of the final slash, the threat of them on the Appraiser's Wrath is just way too scary for the side of Team Indonesia to handle. We saw Delvin, he was healthy, and the next moment he's just dead.
Indonesia also have potential for gap closing. You need to be able to find a way to shut down that Feather Airstrike as if it was the Mystic Gush coming in for a potential guard, but Indonesia just taking a step back. And on that right moment, this final slash onto Charuki. The TOR will land on 2. That's on the back line, though. The Golden Hour will keep everyone safe. Cambodia bought some time for himself. That's the SOD. Moskov just assessing the situation. Indonesia touching and going.
Yeah, you can see this is where it gets a little bit awkward for the side of Team Cambodia and also Team Indonesia, right? The Golden Hour set up right there, preventing Dingerai from going in. Had the Golden Hours was not set there, Dingerai would have gone in, blitz everybody down with the Blazing Duet, because Xiaoyu led a very good TOR, but nobody from the side of Team Indonesia can follow up because of this Marcel.
There's a vision play onto our final slash onto the juggler. Down he goes as Indonesia loses one more.
Another down for the count as well, and you can see Xiaoyuki desperately trying to get out, but get pins against the wall.
It's not over yet. They're trying to pull everyone out. Alexander doing everything they can. That's the movement speed. That's the expanding rivers that Cambodia loves so much. That's the gap close. That's another final slash. Alexander forced to use another core resource. Cambodia is leading this game. Such dominant performance all the way from the first minute.
Man, Team Cambodia has not suffered a single loss yet. Perfect gameplay as of now. I'm you know, the reason why I don't just say it is because I'm afraid of jinxing it, Churros. But I have to admit, 10 minutes mark, no deaths. What is high Team Cambodia? What's this? Trying to attempt another world record?
This is a Titan, as we so call it, that Cambodia wants to look to take down. And it does look like they have the upper hand. They have that momentum. They have that control. Whether or not they can hold the control, it is up to Indonesia to be able to try to rip apart Cambodia's strategies.
Yep, control chaos versus calm chaos. Control chaos versus chaos, right? Seems like Cambodia controlled, methodical, meticulous, especially how the final slash flicker is being used to isolate one person after another for side Team Indonesia. And once Team Indonesia get picked apart, Dingerai wasn't able to join the fight because of how, you know, the Marcel just sets up the Golden Hour one after another. Team Indonesia is getting dismantled.
No more bubbles for side of Indonesia. That's Odin going straight in. That's the final slash again. Repositioning Afan. Nowhere is safe, not even your home. This is a fair airstrike as well. Dingerai doing his best shot. And with the Blazing Duet, almost getting stunned up by the Golden Hour, but Charuki a little bit too close for comfort there, threading the needle with the SOD.
Man, if Cambodia replaces the Arla into a Franco, I agree. This is exactly a pure pick competition coming up on Team Cambodia. This is exactly why I told you, right? Team Cambodia seems like once they focus on one person, they catch using Arla to catch one person, and then after that they just explode on this person. Then they hope to look for more. But the fact is, Indonesia right now, they're at the base, so that's why Team Cambodia cannot step forward just a little bit more. Main damage dealt. Look at the damage dealt for the side of this Marcel is actually 28,000. Wow.
Ooh.
One of the highest in the charts.
He's just the roam, but he's doing so much though. So annoying, running through you, running by you, forcing the mistakes, forcing the spatial migrations from Afan to himself. And I think Indonesia, it would take quite a lot to come back from this deficit.
Yeah, of course, everybody has a gold lead in as compared to their counterparts as well. The Winter Crown coming off an Afan should be a game changer, but even though if you're able to hold out the people from the side of Team Cambodia, do you have the damage? Does Dingerai has the opportunity to jump in with the Blazing Duet?
Nem just look for an angle over onto Indonesia. More response in the next 5 seconds. There's a lot of lockups for Thai, but that's a lot of vision that's already given. That's vision turned into information, and information turned into a little bit of compensation for High. Looking for a final slash, and he did on Shoki, using the TOR, landing onto no one with a fair airstrike to zone the resident members out, going fishing and using the fair airstrike as sort of a gate to keep Indonesia out of the way.
Yeah, Cambodia is just going fishing all day. One after another, they just pick one person for the side of Team Indonesia, and then after that, they just explode onto Xiaoyuki. Xiaoyuki was trying to use the TOR to try to slow down the tempo from the side of Cambodia, but it's just too fast, and they hit hard.
Speaking of fast, High, he's in the perfect position. Does not have the flicker though. Fair airstrike will start this spatial migration. On top of the R-Lot though, he's down low. The rest of Cambodia, they're too strong. They're too bursty. The Blazing Duet, last ditch effort to take one out. That's a safe hit. One hit more, the Frederick might have gone down, but Cambodia, they're not making any mistakes.
I am truly crazy to say this, right? And I can't believe to be saying this to Team Indonesia, right? In this particular game, at this stage, you just need one kill, and I'll give you an applause. But for now, so far, Team Indonesia couldn't find a single kill, Churros.
They can close the gap onto the Farsa. Look at where they're pathing. Delvin falls by the hands of Cambodia once again. And that's Keo just hitting freely on the back
Oh
line.
my
There's nothing that
God.
Indonesia can do except to hide, except to defend. But will they be able to do so? They need to buy more time. Without Delvin, though, they don't really have that zone control.
Control chaos. This is like Team Cambodia. It's like the field surgeon in the middle of the war. They are able to find the nerve system while all the shells are running out all the way in the background, like background noise, but to them it's just music, and they're using Team Indonesia as organs.
Oh, that's already half health for that. Oh, it's a jump in by Alfad. He's desperate, and Indonesia wants to try to buy some time for themselves.
Revelation.
But Keo is not giving them that satisfaction. The first win goes over to Cambodia.
Perfect game coming up on Team Cambodia, ladies and gents.
0 deaths. Chase.
0 deaths. Someone is like, yeah, I saw Team Philippines cracking a world record right there. I want to try to do something like that. That comes in the form of Team Cambodia playing a perfect game. 0 kills. Given over to Indonesia so far.
No mistakes were made, or mistakes were made, but they were mitigated by Cambodia on the fly. And this is so beautiful for them. They're just one win away from taking the series and really sending a statement, especially to the Philippines, who's currently sitting heavily on the top seed. Philippines already lost to Cambodia. And if Cambodia wins this, they will be in the top seed in Group A.
Man, they hit hard like a truck at the same time, man. You saw the R-Lord just picking one after another. Nobody from the side of Team Indonesia was able to rein in force and basically step up to basically defend and also, you know, return a trade, right? This is a clear difference between, you know, I would say Team Philippines, right? Even if Team Cambodia was able to find a pick up onto somebody, Team Philippines will also try to make a play and also get something out of it. But Team Indonesia seems like they're just gonna lie down, take the punishments coming out of Team Cambodia, because this roster, even with Alexander on the midfielder, you're supposed to be able to save the person that got, you know, pulled away by the R-Lot, but seems like the guiding wind wasn't able to guide the people back to safety.
I think Indonesia was just not well prepared for the R-Lot. Hai was having a field day on this one. What better MVP of the game? This is Hai, the fisherman.
1-0.
Basically.
He's spearfishing, man.
Oh, hey, I wanna do that.
No, please.
Nice number for damage taken. 6767.
Man, 1-0 and 10 is the KDA. 10 assists and 1 kill. Basically, brother is almost all the kills already, man. He's the one that set out the tempo with the final slash, pick somebody apart, and then after that, just, you know, trust the whole team to blow him up into pieces. And of course, you know, main damage, you know, gotta have to give it over to Sovereign, right? Not only just that, I like how Team Cambodia is stacking all the CCs together. Final slash coming in. You also got the passive from the Marcel. There you go. It makes it so much easier for the French to stick on target and just let the Farsa to blow that person into pieces. Churros, look at what you've done.
Hey, I love the comment section.
Seriously.
But hey, you know, this is really upsetting if you're an Indonesian fan, and there is quite a bit of Indonesian fans traveling specifically down to watch their team play, and this is really not a good look. A lot of mistakes were made, but then again, just not well prepared for what Hai brought to the table. And not even what Hai brought to the table, Sovan was doing so much work with the Federal Airstrike, keeping everyone at bay. And if you're looking at, you know, zone potential, you always, your first option was, hey, let's take out the Eve. But you only have that split second to get that box down. You want to be able to burst down your targets, and Farsa was the answer for Cambodia.
Yeah, and this is like how, what I was talking about, right? There's like, not a lot of opportunity for the side team Indonesia to capitalize on that one. This is, of course, you know, your classical clash composition, right? You go in clash, you want to expect a normal front to back, a real wall manipulation with handshake this gentleman fight. No, Team Cambodia wanted to play it dirty from the get-go, isolating one person, blow them up to pieces, and then after that, okay, look who's next.
Well, no easy way to say this. Everyone else is next for Indonesia. There was nothing that Cambodia couldn't do. Their only saving grace, maybe if Alexander was able to pull everyone else to safety, and Indonesia didn't step out their base. They turtle up for at least the next 15 minutes, and they would play a 30-minute game in order for Dingarai to come back, because he didn't have any scraps to pick up. Kiel was just taking everything. They had so much intelligence in terms of the pressing up the waves onto all 3 lanes.
Yep, I think there's no fight coming up from the team. Yeah, of course. Gonna start.
I had to do it. I had to do it on
We saw
screen,
the
man.
comments. We saw the 6-7 in the comments, ladies and gents. We saw it. Yeah, look at what you do. Look at what you've done.
Look at what Cambodia has done or will be doing. They're one more game away, Jace. One more game away from sending a statement not only to Indonesia, but to all the teams in Southeast Asia on how far Cambodia has come, how far they have grown, and from someone that from a team or a nation that nobody really thinks about twice into someone that has been chopping the heads of titans, the heads of gods.
Yeah, I mean, this is a crazy stack, right? By the way, you look very happy for that. Technically speaking, this Cambodia stack is really crazy coming in, right? Like, I think not a lot of people expected this. We have always known that Cambodia is also one of the regions that is really a rising star in the Southeast Asian regions as well, especially. So, of course, expecting a lot of things coming out from them, not only just in Nagoya as well, but also looking forward to their performance in MSC.
Now comes the biggest challenge, especially for Cambodia. Will they be able to be consistent with what they've done in game number 1? They have shown quite a bit of intelligence in terms of the drafting. Indonesia as well. I won't count them out just yet. They are one of the top few seeds in the Southeast Asian region as well. A lot of the other regions or other groups are looking up to Indonesia to understand how they play their heroes, what kind of drafts they'll pick up. But hey, it looks like Cambodia is calling the shots on this one. Quite a bit of pocket picks coming up for this region.
I feel like there's a period of time where we know that Indonesia is a region of clashes, right? They really like to clash, and they really like to micro it out. Remember the Fanny, the landslide, and all this kind of stuff. But now we're going into a utility jungle gameplay, which means that you expect it to go into a little bit more macro play. But earlier just now, I don't see any macro that's required even for Team Cambodia, because Team Cambodia is just picking one person off one after another, and then after that, it seems like Team Indonesia has no choice but to leave that person high and dry. And it started from the get-go, started from the first minute, right? We talked about this during the right before we loaded into game. Seems like Team Indonesia is gonna run out of steam, especially in terms of damage, very quickly. The only people that can successfully do damage is perhaps the Eve and also to the Mathilda in the early game, right? Guinevere, not expecting her to do a lot of damage, especially meant to sustain and hold people up in lane.
But actually, Guinevere has one of the highest damage in terms of the jungle. That's why a lot of players are picking that up. Even before the items are built up, the ball itself deals quite a bit of damage, as well as the passive that you build up upon itself. You have the additional enhanced power coming in from the Guinevere. But Cambodia has found a way to disrupt the aggression that Guinevere wants to bring to the table. If Indonesia wants to fight, Cambodia is saying, hey, yeah, come on over to my jungle, welcome in. My seat's ready. I'll get you a coffee. The water's warm.
Shout out to Aries as well.
Yeah.
We miss you. Of course, I don't know what to say much, right? For the side game number 1, it's just a storm. Like, Team Indonesia wasn't able to secure a single kill at all. And it's just a Cambodia game from the get-go, from the start to the finish. And going back to the drawing board, I think, the Guinevere, I feel personally not liking this Guinevere. I feel like it's really forced. I feel like the Leomord, maybe perhaps is also a better way to deal with this. But the final slash, I think, creates so much havoc, forces the mistakes coming out from Team Indonesia out of position into a team fight they don't want to handle.
So Cambodia already showing their cards pretty early on, especially with the R-Law in the hands of High. Quite a bit of adjustments on the side of Indonesia. A respect ban might be coming out from Indonesia.
I feel like R-Law ban.
To be honest though, the EXP for the EXP laner for Cambodia has so much versatility. It's as if it was like the as deep as Mekong River. I don't know how deep that is, but you
You're digging that hole yourself, bro.
We saw the Barats. We saw the R-Law.
True.
What other EXP laners that we haven't seen in a hot minute that will come back into the current strategy? Yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm still here with you, Jace. Jace. I knew it was you, so you were playing.
Infinite scaling. Massive AOE stun. You just trade with the enemy gold lane. Heck, if you can actually buzz down the jungle with your punches,
Jace,
go
calm
ahead.
down, calm down.
Okay.
We'll just label that as what was it? You call it crazy
idea number 6.
Number 6.
It's already number 6.
Was it just for today or like?
Just for today.
Was it actually?
We had
I thought you had so many
today.
more ideas. But speaking of ideas, we need to have new ideas for this draft, especially if you're the side of Indonesia. As we jump into game number 2, that is going to be the Phobius and Fanny being banned out by both teams.
Arlot ban, or perhaps first pick the Arlot. We can start to see, Team Philippines also doing that as well. Maybe Team Indonesia can do the same. In fact, if I remember correctly, it is also Team Cambodia that went for first pick Arlot as well.
It was first pick Arlot. If Indonesia knows how to play this, and I think Shauki definitely knows how to play the Arlot pretty well themselves. If Cambodia wants to risk it, doesn't want to risk it, they could very well ban the Arlot. So they don't have to deal with that. So, but it opens quite a bit of the floodgates, right? You now have quite a bit of heroes in contention in the EXP lane. The Freya, the Paquitos, the Arlot, the Phobiuses. Basically, you're starving your EXP laner. That's why Cambodia is so interesting to me. Hai understands that, hey, there is still just a couple of EXP laners that are coming into the meta. You got the Lapu, you got the Yuzhong that are still taking a step up, but it's pretty situational if you ask me. So why not try something a little bit new, a little bit fresh that other teams are not prepared for?
Aldous?
Jace.
Why?
Jace.
Why?
I know there's a rework for the Aulus. We'll just call it a crazy idea number 6, and we'll just leave it at that.
There's already 7.
2 ideas
6, 7.
for that. But speaking of ideas, there we go. There's the Arlot being banned out.
I mean, it started from you doing the brain.
Nothing.
It started from you being a brain rot earlier just now, right?
Fair point. I'll give you that one.
All right.
I'll give you that one for the
Indonesia
Aulus.
bans away the Arlot, so exactly what I was expecting right there. It's just way too crazy for the side of Team Cambodia to have this particular hero. Just gonna deny that one. Jusin is also on the table. Don't forget it was also banned in game number 1 by Team Cambodia as well. This also means that the Jusin can also be traded as well. You pick the Jusin, I'll go for the Akai, and then we start go for a skill matchup.
Cambodia prioritized the Marcel in the first game as well. So it will be the Marcel. Okay, yeah, that was what I was thinking. If Indonesia got their hands on Marcel, it could use it for to their detriment, especially since Cambodia likes to play this heavy death ball team fight composition. The Paquito still left on the table, getting leaked out. First picked up by Indonesia.
Yep, Paquito, we saw how powerful the Paquito can be, but it's very coin flippy, right? Like, we've seen how teams was able to use the Paquito in the early game, then after that they forgot what they're supposed to do, right? Like, all of a sudden they stopped going for the flanks, they stopped doing the split pushes. Maybe I'm biased, right? We didn't play a better Paquito.
Yeah, I think
I'm biased.
Paquito is one of those heroes, but immediately countered by the Akai. Can't believe it slipped through as well. Highly prioritized and a hard counter towards the Paquito. You can't really chain your combos if you're stuck under a wall, can you?
Yep. Another way to also think from this draw from the side of Team Cambodia, right? The Claude and the Akai pick right here. I think if we are Team Indonesia, lock in the Jusin right off the bat, because rest assured, Team Cambodia would start to ban that Jusin away because of Kai. And there's also a potential carry that Team Indonesia can potentially go for to match the number 1, the scaling potential coming out from the Claude, and also you also deal with the Akai, especially when you shred through HP bars.
Well, Indonesia is taking time and sitting through it. It's the Kimi being picked up right here alongside Baxia. So the Jusin will be still on the table. Cambodia typically would be able to pick up that Jusin themselves. It does well in these team fights, but in order to win the lanes against that Kimi, and Cambodia does really love that mid lane prio themselves. I don't think you want to risk that Jusin.
Nope.
Just leave it open.
Yeah, I think you don't. If you're Team Cambodia now, you don't need to go for the Jusin because already Team Indonesia has selected the Kimi right here. So technically speaking, Kimi can also shred through Akai, and also does a lot of early game damage as well. And of course, speaking about early game, Baxia is getting introduced right here. So the roaming duo at the very least right here from the side of Team Indonesia will do significant amount of damage in the early game, and they can start contesting up top and up down bot as well. If you're Team Cambodia, lock in the EXP, and then after that move on. Okay, fine, Jusin.
Okay. They could still go in for a juice in. I felt like, okay, maybe even the far side would be a good choice, or the Eve if they want to. At least you have some form of utility. But then I realized that Indonesia still has Paquito. And in one point of time, this Paquito is going to be heavily targeting onto any sitting mages.
Maybe technically speaking, the juice in, right, does have a Crimson Beacon to make a play. It gains additional shields, and you also dash away. For the Paquito, does also provide you some safety, and you hope you land down the Lantern over and over again onto either the Baxia or the Paquito to basically do the damage.
Indonesia right now should then look for an anti-dive composition, because for Cambodia, the only thing that can disrupt Indonesia at this point, they have 2 dives already. If they have a Belleric or even an Atlas in their possession, Indonesia would suffer a little bit, especially in the mid to late stage of the game.
Harith Ben coming up inside Team Cambodia. I think Carry looks like another low-hanging fruit for Team Cambodia to ban away. Team Indonesia looking, I bet you're gonna have to try to lock down onto EXP laners, but there's so many EXP laners that are viable in this patch, or not even in this patch, in the game as well. If you open up fighters, you can scroll through the list of heroes, whereas Gold Lane is just one page.
Where's the Atlas? We're sussing out. You want to deal with that, especially when you are extremely reliant on that dive. You're extremely reliant on getting up close and personal with Cambodia. So Indonesia doesn't want to test that metal. Belleric would be up next as well. So Cambodia might be able to ban the carry, so Claude would have a pretty decent lane. But Indonesia could very well bring up a Clint. I remember Cambodia suffered, was it Cambodia? I can't remember, but a lot of teams suffered with Clint coming into the picture as well.
Yeah, I think the fact is they don't really know how to practice, not say practice, they don't really prepare for the Clint for now, but I would agree, like, to a certain extent, right? I'm also quite surprised that Team Indonesia, of course.
You'll love it. This is the answer. This is your answer. It's not really a crazy idea anymore.
We have 2 bans on Leslie's, but no picks. So why is Team Cambodia so afraid? But okay, yeah, you should be afraid. Leslie is really strong.
True damage, infinite scaling potential. Immediately, Oko's the Claude, Oko's the Juicin. You don't even need to come even remotely close, and that is what Cambodia is scared of. You still got a Belleric in question. That could be a possible next pick target as well. But then they suffer the early pick, early game damage, insufficient damage. So they go for the Cho instead. I like what Cambodia is. I'm picking out what Cambodia is putting down.
Yep. So far so good. Carry, I think that's like what I mentioned. I feel like you replace that Leslie. I think that would be better. Ban as compared to, you know, Leslie. Carry is a threat over the side of Akai, and also to a certain extent Cho, especially going to the later parts of the game. Unless Team Cambodia has something up their sleeves. I was thinking, hey, if they're afraid of this carry that potentially could appear, maybe the Belleric could also work as well. But it seems like, you know, Team Cambodia wants to be the aggressors here. But I'm also still a bit confused on why the Kimi earlier just now for the side of Team Indonesia, right? The Valentina feels like a low-hanging fruit to be able to pick up. You basically Beyblade battle against Akai, push the Akai away.
But it's just only one target for your IMU, which is something that you don't want to risk. You want to have someone that has a reliable kit, and I think the Traction Pulse works really well. Get the Traction Pulse, you send in Baxia, you send in Paquito, and Xiaoqi's definitely going to have a good time. And it kind of brings that range effect into Indonesia's hands. Cambodia, though, their ball is in their court, the EXP lane's still up and open.
If Team Cambodia wants to play something sneaky, right, the Uranus is also a good idea, right? You drop the Uranus, you just basically force Paquito to punch you in the wall, face as well. Oh, okay. Ruby coming in from the side of Team Cambodia. Another pick composition, right? You can pilot the Ruby to play exactly how the Arlot plays.
Hai just still wants to go fishing. He's a fisherman. He wants to go out to sea. He wants to be able to hook someone in.
Yeah,
and
but
I
then
think
why not Franco in the XP lane?
No, don't worry about that. Crazy idea number 8.
Number 8, that's right.
We'll try to hit 10 by the end of the night. But hey,
I will.
What we will see by the end of the night is a winner for this one. Cambodia, one win away from solidifying themselves as the nation that cannot be swept.
Team Cambodia. Coming from game number 1, must be feeling good. It was a perfect game. 12-0. We'll see whether they can repeat that feat once again. If not, that's gonna be really a big problem for the side of Team Indonesia.
5 seconds.
Well,
till
ladies
the
and gentlemen,
enemy
this is
reaches
game
the
number
battlefield.
2. It's
Smash them.
underway. It's lights out and away we go.
All troops
In
deployed.
Indonesia, starting off in the blue, Cambodia on the red, but this time changes has been made, especially for Indonesia. They need to be able to redeem themselves from the first game. Quite a bit of mistakes that they've made, or, you know, Cambodia preventing themselves from making that mistakes.
I think at the very least this time around, Team Indonesia does pack a lot more damage and also the kill. Alexander already popping on Revitalize.
Ty taking a lot of hits. Dalvin on that backside, dealing the damage, dealing the follow through. And Indonesia still able to push them back. Keo still dominating the lane down the bottom side.
Yep. Shayuki, working on the enemy beetle right there, just to kind of show who's boss. But you can see like a lot more aggression coming out from Team Indonesia though, but I want to see a little bit more control coming out from Team Indonesia. Team Cambodia, on the other hand, this is a roster, or at the very least, in the early game, did not expect them to do a lot of damage compared to Team Indonesia.
But that's the aggression, the counter-aggression from Nem. Look at where Nem is, down in purple buff. He knows that he doesn't have that retribution. He wants to contest for this one. Cambodia making beeline towards the purple buff. Shauki is right there. Nem goes over the wall. He is safe for now, but first blood over to Delvin. That's the punish, that's the pullback though. Alexander might be in the spot of bother. The Cambodia will not be able to finish.
Delvin laying down the damage from afar, picking our first blood for himself. I don't know whether this is worth it for the side of Team Cambodia, but Akai...
Team Akai.
Team Akai, right, of course, sorry about that. Level 3 though, was able to be picked, secured by the side of Akai this early on, with the fact that you've got the Afan a little bit slower in terms of EXP, but giving a kill over to Delvin, I'm not too sure whether that's a good idea.
I think Nem was a little bit, playing a little bit too far ahead from the rest of the team. I think he had the right idea. He knew that Afan didn't have the retribution, so he wanted to counter re-engage on that front. Now Afan rolling over the deep. Afan steals it up. Indonesia picks up that turtle. Then the spin as a counter re-engage. Cambodia knew they came in a little bit too close, but that's the charge, and that's the kill. Shauki taking control, taking out that Ruby.
Early game priority. Team Indonesia was not happy about the results of that game earlier. They resetted the mental and they're back into that game. 2 kills right off the bat. Flicker was already committed by the side. Shayuki as well. They drove by with Afan, sneak the turtle away from Team Cambodia.
Indonesia, a lot of signs of life, a lot of adjustments has been made, a lot of locker room talks, and they are all waking up this time around. Take a look at this fight. Afan just rolled over the deep, and there's no one there to stop him.
And I don't think, Team Cambodia is also ready at all. The heavy spin came in a little bit too late. Of course, this is a Paquito early game. He can just punch, and all of a sudden the members from the side, Team Cambodia, has to make a run for it.
Indonesia playing fire, fight, fire. If Cambodia wants to go for a death ball team fight, Indonesia's gonna do the same. As long as Kim is safe and sound and protected by 3 beefy boys, she's just gonna do that. Damage and Delvin will have a good day, a good time. It's gonna get that follow through.
Yep. As long as Delvin was left uncontested by the side of Team Cambodia, Delvin's going to output a lot of damage like that one. Yeah, it seems like you don't really need the Beyblade, don't really need the Valentina, you just need constant solid DPS because Team Cambodia so far is unable to reach Delvin.
Yep, and the top side already almost broken through, half health for that turret. Still left standing. Cambodia has to respond 20 seconds until the turtle spawns up as Indonesia still very passive. You have to deal with the Kimmy. Cambodia needs to find a way to close the gap, try to reach that Kimmy, try to shut her down before he does any more damage.
Standard emblem so far for everybody. Agree what they're packing into this particular fight. Of course, this match point for the side of Team Cambodia. So far, Team Indonesia is working very well.
That's the collapse, that's the deletion. Underneath the turret he goes. That is the heavy spin, locking a Afan to the wall. But he managed to get out. That is the frame-by-frame moment, but won't be enough. He went a little bit too deep, so greedy. There's a Kai. Alexander over the next default. There's the punish, there's the price to pay. But Indonesia, so worth it. You took down the Kai and took down Odom.
Worth it, man. Really super worth it. Afan luckily does have the does not have the retry. T may actually could actually try to basically steal that. And once again, Team Cambodia faces the problem that they cannot reach the damage coming up from Delvin. If you take a look, even though Odin using the Wave of Dragon base to try to isolate the members, but with the high loss intel and also the revitalized park as well, they're more than happy to basically handshake and also start the turret dive as well, as Yuki on his Paquito is just doing a lot of damage.
Oh, Ty flew too close to the sun. The light wheels will shut him down once again. Indonesia having a good time this time around. Kyo all left all alone. That's the 4-man collapse. And Kyo can't seem to find any breathing room.
Yep, this is revenge circle by the side of Team Indonesia against Team Cambodia earlier on. Right now, at the very least, they do have some form of response as well because of the early game potential that Team Indonesia has done. Dingarai was able to secure 2 kills as well, so which means that you expect him to start to snowball, start to escalate down in the gold lane.
You know, Cambodia in the early to mid game definitely going to suffer a little bit more in the damage department. They have quite a bit of crowd control, but if Indonesia keeps on doing what they're doing, they're pushing through, they're ramping up the momentum, shifting into high gears. Cambodia not even having time to breathe, no one to protect that bottom side. High immediately shut down as well. Flanks coming in from all angles. Then maybe Indonesia would be able to stomp through to Cambodia, but I wouldn't count Cambodia off just yet. They have been in these sticky situations before.
The Glorious Pathway is such a good ability for the side of Team Indonesia right now, right? Because you can drag the Kimi along with you, and then after that land down the damage. Ooh.
It's a double stun, but Sovan should be fine for now.
Yep, still not too shabby either, but of course when you talk about later parts of the game, Dingarai will scale out of control, and now with Team Cambodia starting losing a lot of resources around the turtle themselves. Flicker already committed by Yuki.
Still able to get out safe though. I'm offended also used up. Indonesia looking for advantages all across that map. Turtle just easily taken down by Indonesia. No contest by Cambodia on the top side though. High taking a lot of damage, and typically you want to run that Ruby, okay? Trying to block off that escape route. That's going to be the Crimson Beacon. Trying to pull that Kimi up to safety. The jetpack will get him out and alive. The flicker already used up. Shaoki also used up all the combos. It's a major combo coming in. High, the lane is inevitable doom, and so does Nem, as both fall by the hands of Indonesia once again, giving up this free and easy kills over to Indonesia.
5k gold lead in the 7-minute mark. Delvin playing a perfect game. Yuki as well. The punches coming in is actually slowing down Haiming Kong, right? Haiming Kong is a Ruby that relies on the constant amount of skills to be able to be that pseudo tank. But if you're constantly CCing with the Law and Order, Afan clashing onto him, and also the Immobilize coming off, and Delvin Yuki is more than happy to just punch him down to the ground even before she could actually regen.
It's that, and also it's a blue side buff, Jace. Whenever teams play in the blue side, you always have a great time. You're just look at this instant replay. You're just taking one after another. No one is just shutting Delvin down. No one's controlling this Kimi. Even if you get a shot, even if you get a pullback, you got that Purify, you got the jetpack, you're getting it out, and you're taunting a Fawn, and that's the recall over there as well. You got the heavy spin, you got the traction fall. So lock 2 members into place. Indonesia has just so much damage. Nam just fighting it through, fighting the damage head to head.
I'm not too sure whether the Nem actually caught Delvin, or Delvin actually caught Nem, right? Delvin literally melt down the Akai as the heaven's been ongoing, right? Even though it's pushed, and now it's going to be the Claw. Hopefully he's able to do some damage. We'll not be able to find anything though.
The Justice was built, his attack speed is not as high. It's so valuable towards the side of Indonesia. Now that the Claw is still in the early stages, doesn't have the core items already built up yet. It's not too much of a threat to Indonesia, but Dingarai is to Cambodia.
Dingarai is clean up bottom lane turret, right? Well, Team Cambodia is too busy with the both 4-man for the side of Team Indonesia. But hold on a second, Lord.
A bunch right here, the heavy spin. Will Cambodia be able to do it? They secure the turtle as Cambodia finds himself some time. There is a sliver of hope. The Crimson Beacon will pull everyone back. Kyo just free hitting on the backside. They took Delvin down. Cambodia They're fighting back.
Yeah, at the very least, this is a time where, you know, Team Indonesia is starting to lose the priority. Dingarai earlier just now was getting hammered down by that Juicing. The Juicing came in, swooped in with the Crimson Beacon. This is it. This is now. It is support for the side of the Kai. And then after that, just steal the Lord away. And this is an amazing battle coming out of Team Cambodia. They have a chance back into this game for now.
Immediately shutting down Dalvin. What a play by Nam. He knows he's down. He knows he had that one job, and he did it. Taking a look at the replay, coming in the right time, pushing everyone back. Alfard was so busy handled by Ty.
Yeah, and look at the Crimson Beacon in the nick of time, and also, unfortunately, they don't really need the Blazing Duet at all, because it is just Juicing being annoying, right? Dingarai and also Dalvin is the unfortunate targets from the side. Team Cambodia earlier just now. Once these two are down, Team Indonesia ran out of steam, not enough damage, and then after that they just got hammered on.
Afan will start the charge. Distraction pulse, pulling the Kai back. The Immobilize will come through. Red carpet will block everyone into escape. There's Ty taken down. Dingarai going for a double. Dingarai is there with the damage. Dalvin will take down another. 3 members down for Cambodia. The punish will come through. Indonesia will not let that Lord slip up slide.
Yeah, that's okay coming outside of Team Indonesia. And at the very least, they recover from that small little mistake. And then after that, they return the favor twice-fold back into Team Cambodia. 3 members from the side of them down as well. And now they may be looking to pop the Holy Defense.
Cambodia still the front line. Not as front line anymore. Indonesia still has a lot of damage, a lot of penetration. It takes a lot for Nam to stay at least 2 seconds. Take a look at the replay. It's just a split fight, Jace.
It is, I think the fact is, it's just so hard for the side of Team Cambodia to actually activate the Ruby. Don't forget, in this particular patch, Ruby did receive a massive damage boost. And I think that was the main Ruby damage that was able to allow Team Cambodia to win this fight. And then after that, Sovan goes all the way in with the Crimson Beacon to basically clean up shop.
With that one decision that Nam made in the early game, the aggression that he wanted to bring out just because Indonesia invaded his jungle, they're playing on the back foot, but Cambodia still has that light. They stole that Lord. They had a pretty mental play that Indonesia doesn't want to let slide. So will they be able to repeat that?
I think it's all about positioning coming up in the Ruby, right? And also Team Indonesia, I think they need to split up Delvin and also Dingarai as much as possible. Top side.
Afan starting to charge as the armor bandit over onto the box. Getting popped back. The rest of the charge immediately melted down. Ty cannot withstand the damage coming in from the Kimmy and the carry, both.
I'm not a big fan of that Ruby hook, but I'm offended by the way Team Cambodia hooked in Afan, thinking that he's actually burstable by the side of Team Indonesia, Team Cambodia. But no, Afan is still relevant in this particular patch, particular time, right? Level 14, and I think it's all Delvin's doing a lot of damage to the Kai.
Down low, the Ruby immediately melted. Afan wants to lead the charge. The Lantern will land and pull someone up. There's a UFO, but Indonesia, they want to stay disciplined. They're still just waiting for that Lord.
Yep, Team Indonesia right here. Perfect game in the early game, earlier on just now. And then after that, they got that 8K goalie in the pockets. And of course, you know, Delvin is just way too huge right now. Concentrating energy to make sure they stay.
Almost taking down Dingarai though. Sovan with a pretty good play, but no follow-up from Cambodia. Distraction pulse will pull Nam into place once again. Take a lot of damage. A lot of penetration coming in from just that Kimmy. Taking down the turret as well. The pushback onto Alexander. So no more high loss for this team fight. They're going up next. He's down way too deep. Ty falls again. Carry just way too strong, melting everyone down. Head to after another, one after another falls. Cambodia can't keep their castle alive.
They managed to hold on as much as they can around the mid, but it's a little bit too much damage coming off inside of Team Indonesia to pick off a good consolation prize in the form of Alexander. Siayuki come in, punch the turret, and then after that he bucks out.
Base almost barren at the very least. Cambodia still save that T3 up on that top side.
Yeah, if you notice how the team fight is going in, T is unable to find the pickoff, and after that, once the Dingarai is just there, that kick makes him a little more safer. The members from the side Team Cambodia wasn't able to follow up. Still, the problem is in Delvin. Delvin is just free hitting from the back line. Nobody from the side Team Cambodia was able to collapse onto him. I think it's about the Ruby. Hopefully, the Ruby was able to just, you know, land a flicker I'm offender onto Delvin, and then after that, just find a catch and then burst him down.
Lord's pathway, just to push Cambodia back. Intimidation factor, intimidation tool by Indonesia. So far ahead, 10K gold lead, Jays. How can Cambodia claw their way back up? What is the play that they're looking for? In Indonesia, it seems like they're pulling them into the jungle.
Yeah, I think just Team Cambodia, I think just stay at base, right? I think that's the only way to do it. Focus on the wave clear, use the juice in the wave clear, and also hopefully Pavin as well. Main Kong, on the other hand, I think hook somebody right into the turret. I think they need to try to play pickup the same strategy they did in game number 1. I heard a Consume play.
Yeah, they're going straight for Kyo. Doesn't have the BMI out of the way. He will be the next target, though. The heavy spin will push Delvin into position. Delvin does not have enough damage. That Kai bought a little bit of time for Cambodia to stay out safe, but the damage will not come through, though. They're suffering a little bit, Jays.
Yeah, Delvin is just outputting so much damage to shred onto the Akai. The Akai can only do the heavy spin and try to isolate and try to push him to the wall. But unfortunately, that means that, you know, Team Cambodia wasn't able to reach towards this Kimi as well, because nobody from the side of Cambodia is ready to basically start the fight, right? Kyo is too busy defending the base at the same time, and also, you know, Meng Kong on this Ruby is unable to contribute much. He's mostly like a utility right now.
Afan tries to zone everyone back out. The red carpet already laid down by Alexander as well. There's so much damage onto the Kai. Man cannot risk this Lord take. Yama Fender lands onto Alexander, pulling him in close. But look at that flank. You got Shaoki on the backside.
T looking for an angle, trying to find Dinger right. The Lord's getting busted down. No way for the side Team Cambodia to go on in.
That's the trigger. That's the pull. The wind of nature already popped up. There's a pull back on Shaoki. Stay too close to the sun. The immortality also popped up. Lord's pathway pulling everyone in. There's the offended as well. Down goes Ruby. The next member of the fall. Hold them a little bit too close. They can't hold it on. As Cambodia back on the defense though. Blazing the red last ditch effort. This is it. Indonesia will secure game number 2.
Man, Delvin ends off the game in a convincing maniac. What a play coming out of Team Indonesia, because the members from the side Cambodia just couldn't hold on. They couldn't find onto Kimi. Kimi's positioning is so far back. It's very hard for them to find a catch onto Delvin.
Great play by Indonesia. Honestly, I think that was a huge redemption from game number 1. Even though they had no kills, in the second game, they really came back strong. And I told you about this, and we talked about the entirety of Group A. It's all about adjustments, readjustments, understanding your opponents, and learning very deeply how do you want to engage every single one of the team fights. So, hey, you know, the dream to take down the God Slayers, Cambodia, is still awake for Indonesia.
Well, the sleeping beast finally woke up in game number 2, right? Delivering a convincing win at the very least. Because I would say the EXP lane was a little bit sus, right? Yes, you're expecting the Ruby to do some form of damage and do some form of hook, but the rest of the members from the side Team Cambodia couldn't couldn't do anything, right? You hook onto a Kimi, the Kimi could just fly away very quickly, and or even better, drop the Sterling Pulse and also the ultimate at the same time. All of a sudden you couldn't run anywhere anymore, and then after that you just kite backwards, right? But then again, you know, MVP goes over to this Kimi. Delvin was free hitting from back, 10, 1, and 10. 93k damage dealt with 87 kill participation.
She was all over the game, or Delvin was basically all over the map as well. Hijume basically doing so much work through the entirety of this game. There was no one from Cambodia that could answer the call that Delvin that Delvin wanted to bring into this fight. And she's always staying all the way at the backside. There is no gap closer, no answer from Cambodia, and I think the play that shot Cambodia in their own foot was that Akai went into the aggressor right from the second minute of the game before the turtle spawn up. Once they lose that objective, once they lost their rotations in that front, they lost the turtle and they lost a lot of the advantages that they got over Indonesia.
Yeah, I think the Ruby pick was a little bit sus, I would say. I feel like this is a time where, you know, Team Cambodia may be trying to experimenting on, because on paper, Ruby got a major damage buff, right? Now the Ruby does a lot of damage. You saw it in one of the team fights where Team Cambodia was able to hook the squishies and then stun lock them permanently for the side Delvin and also Dingarai. And then after that, Solvan just go in with the clean up. But unfortunately, that's the only time we see the Ruby go in. Apart from that, I would say, like what I mentioned, crazy idea number 9, right? Other EXPs are better than the Ruby for now in this particular server.
It's just too easy to take down. 8 kills to Hai, who had such a great game with the R-Lot in the previous run. And Indonesia understood that once you take out that R-Lot, there was just nothing much that Cambodia could do. Even if Hai wanted to go fishing, it's just so hard to land. There wasn't a lot of range that I'm offended could bring to the table as well. So I think for Cambodia, it's back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I think the more important thing is, yeah, you're right. The Ruby, it's kind of too focused on, you know, using the flicker and then you pull the members all the way back, right? But maybe instead of doing that, use the flicker, I'm offended to pull back, and then after that, just find the damage onto the side of Team Indonesia.
Well, adjustments need to be made, not only for Cambodia, for both teams. Now that Indonesia showed their cards, it's all on Cambodia to readjust back into the meta and for Indonesia to find out exactly what Cambodia wants to do.
Yeah, with that said, don't go away, ladies and gents. We're going to go on short break. Game number 3 between these two teams will be coming up right next. at the very least, Team Indonesia was able to salvage game number 1 in game number 2, right? Game number 2 was a lot more dominating. They know what they're doing. They have one track mind, and they applied the what Cambodia applied to them game number 1 right back at them at game number 2.
The penultimate game of the Asian Games qualifiers. This doesn't change the standings at all, but this is a lot to prove on the table. Cambodia is 1 win away from sweeping the entire Group A series and calling themselves the king of, at least the king of the Southeast Asian qualifiers. And Indonesia has 1 more chance to maybe potentially take down the God Slayers.
Yeah, but if you look at the the season's the group stages results, right? So far, Team Cambodia has won against Philippines, Malaysia, Laos, Vietnam, Singapore, Myanmar. Man, it's just almost a clean sweep in terms of series. But of course, in terms of game, they dropped 1 just now. They dropped 1 to the Philippines and also Vietnam. But hey, this looks really great on the report card. It's something that you can show mom.
Definitely. I probably wouldn't want to show mom
Your report card?
Yeah, but
boy.
anyways, you know, in this case, a final game, a lot of adjustments need to be made. I think Cambodia in game number 2, testing and experimenting on the Ruby pick. We saw that earlier on in the Central Asia games that we've seen just now. Didn't really work out well then. Didn't really work out well in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, so I think Ruby is still a work in progress kind of thing, right? I feel like on paper, it looks very promising, right? The amount of damage that you can do is like, yeah, quite a significant amount, right? Like the game actually just buff out her numbers, kind of reduce her survivability because a little bit, but she gains a lot of health regen, not say health regen, lifesteal, all the way down to when she's down for the health, right? So I think a lot of teams are experimenting, looking at it to look to be that bursty Ruby, right?
But I think a gap closer, Yu Jong on that second game wasn't banned at all. Cambodia would work very well with the Yu Jong, but I guess Hai just wants to be the fisherman for this game. But 1 more draft that they have to go through. Hopefully they change things up, or hopefully it remains the same as they did in game number 1. For Indonesia though, they're looking hella good. They have woken up. Maybe they had a little bit of a break before that. They played a couple of games today as well, and hopefully this would be a answer and a statement for all the doubters out there.
Yeah, I think, like, you know, as we also look at the comment section, right, we also do watch the comment section because why not?
Oh, no, it's only you, Jays. I try to stay away actively from the comment section. But hey, yes, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I do understand what you're saying. The first game definitely was a blowout in Indonesia. Not a good look for them.
Broken Walls this time round for game number 3, the last game. I assure you, this is the last game that we have for you in the 2026 Asian Games Esports events MLBB qualifiers. Technically speaking, the roster has been set. Who's going over to Nagoya? Technically speaking, not a lot of stakes already, but of course, what's at stake here is your national pride. And of course, you know, dropping the match over to Team Cambodia is also something that they need to be paying attention about.
Yep. On the blue side, it will be Indonesia. On the blue, you got Phobias, Arla, and the Marcel band. On Cambodia, on the red, a little bit of a ban on the Fanny, Freya as well. I think a big issue for Cambodia itself is the Pakido. Hopefully they take that out of the game. Indonesia definitely understands that, hey, I don't want to deal with the R-Lot anymore. There's quite a bit of issues with the R-Lot coming into the picture. And hey, I just don't want to get that forced reposition. The Pakido is banned out, so it is a pretty brand new draft for both teams this round.
Yep, at least R-Lot is already gone and Marcel is already gone. First pick coming out on the blue side is going to be the Claude. We're going to do a very quick reset of the API very soon, and after that give you, because to be honest, it's a little bit interesting, right? Not too sure which side is which, right? Because if you notice that Cambodia flag is on the left-hand side, but it is a Team Indonesia one. So we're gonna do a quick reset. At least from there, we have a better sensing on, at the very least, what's going on. But in terms of the bans, I think at the very least we can cover the bans, right? Because these are heroes that you will not see anymore. The Phobias, the R-Lot, the Marcel, and then after that you got the Paquito, Freya, and Fanny. Common suspects as of now, just accept the fact that, you know, the R-Lot and also the Paquito got removed.
So question for this game is gap closers are definitely going to be a very high contention rate for both these two teams. And speaking of gap closers, Cambodia are going to solidify the Baxia, not going to try the Akai once again. Carry going to be picked up back in the hands of Keo, who did a pretty awesome game in the previous game against Malaysia this afternoon. Indonesia going to pick up the Chusin and Akai for themselves. And it kind of seems like, hey, even though there's blue side and Akai usually is that R2 pick, you're seeing it in the B3.
Carry pick, like what you mentioned. Very prioritized, right? Kyo seems like he's been playing a lot of carry in for today as well, whenever we see them on stream. For the side of Baxia, of course, you know, high octane gameplay, that's why not. Juicing being secure by the side of Team Indonesia is absolutely awesome. It counters against what? It also protects the Akai as well. And maybe perhaps make it easier for the Akai or perhaps the Juicing to land down the damage from afar. The Yuzhong selected for the side of Team Cambodia. Yeah, big dragon flying everywhere, and then after that, hopefully land onto either the Cloud or the Juicing. But these two heroes are very slippery. The BMI and also the Crimson Beacon allow these two heroes to basically reposition to safety.
So Yuzhong is, we talked about this a little bit during the break that we had, but I was just really saying, hey, Yuzhong is a great gap closer. You do very well in the early game, in within your lanes. No matter what EXP lane your opponents pick, you're able to hold yourself up just because of the little spin that you have. If I remember correctly, there's also a little bit of a damage buff from that Yuzhong as well. And not only that, the Black Dragon form allows you to zone them out. You don't necessarily have to land a Petrify onto any one of the members, but you create that space and opportunity during the major objectives, which is what Cambodia naturally thrives in. Going into the second stage of the bans, the Matilda and the Glue being banned out, they understand that Alexander is a big threat towards their entire Death Ball composition. Indonesia, on the other hand, banning out the Yves, might possibly go for the Farsa ban? Question mark. Or even, you know, putting the Kimi onto Cambodia as well.
Valentina.
Would be quite interesting.
I feel like there's also the Valentina threat that Team Indonesia can potentially look out for, right? You get Valentina over to Cambodia. Cambodia can also take the... Then there'll be that awkward Beyblade fight. But it seems like teams are not going to think about the Valentina. They're going to ban away the Gord instead. Gord Baxia is a good one, but combo, massive burst, you knock into somebody and then just unleash the laser, right? And then after that, just let it rip, right? But also, you also got burst potential coming out from the carry as well. So yeah, I think that's a okay ban coming out from Team Indonesia. I feel like, of course, this is a slot for the...
that's going to be the mid lane and the roam.
I feel like Rome is the R4 pick here.
Yeah, take away the mid lane, the roam first. Cho works well, able to disrupt, get into Juicin, but you're constantly getting pulled back.
Yeah, find a pick off on somebody. Okay.
I've been teasing it for the past two games. I really wanted to see the Balearic in picture. And finally, Cambodia pulls it out of their pocket. Trust Cambodia to bring out pocket picks that we never naturally see. We've seen Balearic a couple of times, but hey, in this lineup, it works so well. Anti-dive, which is precisely what Indonesia wants to do.
I like how animated and what the coach is when the Balearic pick goes in, right? It's like clapping his hands right there. But I agree, Balearic could really clap onto Claude very easily. It also denies what Akai wants to do as well. You slow down the heavy spin activation. Also, you trap the Juicin in that area. But Balearic also, the main punching bag for the side of Juicin, right, can easily pick Balearic up and then throw them around.
Nisha going for the Badang. We haven't seen this in a while. And the CC, the
Crazy
final last game in Indonesia does not disappoint once again.
Crazy idea number 6, CC coming into play. Works well against tanks, deal tons of damage against the Baxia. To a certain extent, the Balearic as well. But Badang on the roam to stun lock everybody. This is going to be a festival of CCs for both of these two teams.
Speaking about CC, I love that instead of just one pocket pick, they're going with two. Badang we haven't seen in a while. I feel like it's still quite a viable option in terms of the early game. You have so much range, and we talked about the Kimi as well. This would be the best option for Sovan coming into the last match. But hey, Jace, this is psyching up to be an exciting battle, exciting matchup between Indonesia and Cambodia. What better way to finish this off than game number 3? Lots of stakes on the line. I mean, both teams are basically just going to go
I
into
feel like the
Nagoya
stakes
anyways.
are definitely going to be the national pride, right? Of course, if Team Cambodia beats Team Indonesia, don't forget this is the alter ego stack. Yeah, I feel like Team Cambodia will definitely feel a lot better for themselves as they head over to Nagoya for the 2026 Asian Games Esports events, MLBB.
I think Cambodia also understood and they learned from their mistakes. They're pulling out all the stops, and I think this would be one of their best lineups just yet. Indonesia, on the other hand, though, they do have quite a bit of adjustments that they're making. Shaoki on the CC, and we've seen how sneaky he is when he plays this game. It's all about that speed run. It's all about the early game. It's lights out and away we go. Cambodia and Indonesia, game number 3.
Yep, and apart from that, you got also the Kimi coming on from the side of Team Cambodia. I mean, you saw how Kimi can be really impressive, especially landing down the damage from afar, bursting these enemy heroes, and also start ramping up at gate level 1 as well, right? Because you do a lot of burst damage, sorry, a lot of chip damage, but for a very quick time.
Delvin being a little bit annoying, just pushing Tai back into the picture, back underneath their own turret. So they have that mid lane prior at least for the first 40 seconds of the game. Taking a look at the emblems.
Support emblem coming up from the side of Alexander.
Yep. Typically,
Being
you
able
also have
to-
the Thunder Belt, and then you heal everything back up with the Fist Crack as well because you have the basic attack effects.
And not only just that, you also roam around the map a lot faster. But speaking of roam, oh!
Yep, that's on the top side. Directly onto Shaoki. CC able to be safe and sound for now. Afan has other works in the mid lane. Tai taking a lot of damage, able to walk out safe and sound. Sovan taking a lot of damage as well. The power of Alexander is you're able to push them back. A little bit of a stun up, 0.5 seconds. But Cambodia still even Stevens. No one is losing their life. No one wants to make a mistake.
Yep. So far, the gang was great coming off of them, knowing that the Bucks are definitely looking for early game picks off. And top side, look, CC looks very easy to pick off, right? Technically speaking, early game, kind of squishy, but still very mobile. If you don't have a hard lockdown to lock him in place, it is just going to be very difficult to catch onto the slippery CC.
It'll take a little bit more time for the EXP in the mid lane to get that level 4. At least you have some form of a viable power spike to fight in this turtle that's spawning up right now. Kai just needs a little bit more time. Cam already in position, or Tai already in position. Sovan will be next to follow. Indonesia trying to fight their way back. Alexander pushing this Baxia away. The zone up potential is strong. Black Dragon form comes through. Turtle already at a third. That's the heavy spin already used up as well. Nam will secure that. And Cambodia wins out the first objective of the game. And Shaoki taking a lot of damage and taking the hits. That's the first rotation coming in from Kyo all the way from the bottom side as for additional support.
No casualties so far in the first turtle fight. Alexander locking out T right there in a very awkward position, building a wall. But now it's going to be the members from the side. Delvin trying to fight a pick right here.
That's the backup coming in from Nam. You've got a lot of rolling. You push Alexander back just in the nick of time. That's the first blood up on that top side. A solo kill from High.
Good enough. Solo kill for High on this Yuzhong is absolutely wonderful. The snowball will start. Even Xiaoyuki already used the vengeance earlier. Just now will not be able to use it then. I feel like it's the difference between it's the curtain call wasn't able to be landed down onto the Yuzhong. Therefore, the Yuzhong pick up that kill.
Cambodia definitely a little bit more aggressive this time around as Indonesia tries to fight their way up, back up tooth and nail. It's hard to take Tai down now that it's a Bella rig. You soak up that damage and you dish and reflect the damage back with the thorns, with the spikes. In Indonesia, it has to deal with a constant threat of that poke damage. What you deal, what you get. You get what you deal.
Delvin, now the receiving end of this Kimi. It's taking a lot of chip damage coming off in this Kimi right off the bat. And also even the weakness finder emblem coming up, talent coming up from the side of Team Cambodia, right? So,
oh, that's the punch, that's the first crack. Kyo will fall on the bottom side.
Amazing punch coming up from Alexander Dingerai picking up that kill. Blazing Duet definitely going to be so super juicy. Corrosive side. Also, the first item of the attack speed, Trinity, is already secured.
Very worth it. We don't really have a lot of map options. Tai was being trapped in that mid lane. Alexander slowly rotated down to the bottom side, mid side. Kimi in a spot of bother. Delvin dealing a lot of damage onto Sovan.
Kill score is 1:1 right now. You can see the reason why Alexander rocked that support emblem and also the rapid boots. He's just on the mid, onto bot, and then after that, all across the map.
Crimson Beacon already used, no escape mechanism for Delvin, but there's the pull back, and that's the fence crack, stopping him in his tracks. The Rapid Dryad underneath the turret. Cambodia extremely aggressive, and Indonesia punishing them.
This is the one that I was kind of theorizing in one of the series, right? Like, heck, the Padang wall, you can build it up, and now with the Kai back into the meta, you can push members from the side of Kai wall, Kai using the heavy spin into a Padang wall or via the Padang wall. You can also even use a Grok wall to a certain extent.
Just build a wall, which is what Indonesia did earlier on against Cambodia. Cambodia likes that very heavy aggression, and they're making the mistakes because they're forcing the dives underneath their turrets. Indonesia are waiting for Cambodia to come into the fray. Take a look at this replay. Alexander waited for Delvin to use their lantern to bring them underneath that turret before the fence crack came into fruition. Cambodia starting off with this turtle. Nam in position. You got a Rapid Dryad to taunt. Nam picks up that turtle on the backside. Delvin taking a lot of hits from that Black Dragon form. The shot residue will heal everything back up as Cambodia got what they can, and they're out of here.
Yep, 2 turtles in the pockets as well, but of course this is still a consolation prize, right? Earlier just now they lost, I believe that was Nem and also another Nem right there. And so that's definitely a bit of a consolation prize, but I want to see more coming out from this one more combo that we just witnessed, right? A fun on the heavy spin, Alexander building a wall right there. I think Alexander in the previous team fight, turtle fight, used the fist crack a little bit too early to try to push people away, but albeit unfortunately Team Cambodia is the one that secured the turtle instead, and also you've got a Yu Zhong that is starting to scale.
A little bit of movement adjustments on the fly for Tai as well. He knows that Alexander is going to be a huge threat to Kyo's farming phase, so he's going to mirror and seek out where Padang is at all times of mech. Taking a look at what the levels is for now. I think Afan is still pretty even Stevens with Nem. Nem is just one level ahead, but very, very little.
Yeah, it's still very close, like 97% now. Afan and also Nem is already hitting that same level. So in terms of jungle, they're still equal. But of course,
bottom side, that's engaged in right underneath the turret. Not enough to take him down.
Light Wheel's ultimate already activated by the side of Kyo. The Light Wheel's just spin for the win for now. Alexander,
oh, top side underneath the turret. Down goes the Yu Zhong high. Couldn't survive this wrap that Indonesia is bringing into this fight.
Yep, good gank as well. The curtain call and also even, I believe, the Crimson Beacon and also the heavy spin use. I think at this rate, time check right now is around 10+ PM. They are just throwing every single ultimate to make sure that this Yu Zhong doesn't stand up.
Yep. Just a little bit of a control from Indonesia. They have a pretty decent lead so far, topping off at 1.3k gold. Is Cambodia tied, taking a lot of damage, will not be enough to survive for now. Shaoki, they're holding on to that yo-yo. That's the Rapid Dryad, that's the taunt up, that's the shot residue as Tai takes him out. Afan steals up that turtle, but underneath that turret, there's a free hit from that Kimmy. You can't deal with the damage that Cambodia brings in. 2 down for 1, so worth it for Cambodia though. Dingarai might be the next to fall, but he's playing uber safe. It's no way that he can step 1 foot close. Another counter re-engage onto Delvin. No Crimson Beacon, no problem. Kyo takes that down.
Team Indonesia was in the driver's seat all across the board. Team Indonesia was able to do the combo that we expected. Let Alexander build a wall, fizz crack, make a fun, push everybody in, and OCR, you can just pick everybody up and throw them down on the ground. That's supposed to do a lot of damage. Just take a look right there. Even the Beleric using the ultimate way too early on, but it seems like, you know, the members from the time Team Indonesia is running on steam. The Kimmy free hitting from the back because everybody is trying to congregate into that one small pocket from the side of this Badang wall.
Alexander was just disrupting this Beleric and the Baxia, so hyper-focusing the ultimate on the tanks is not the main target. You're leaving a lot of open space for Sofan to reposition itself, so much space for Kyo to get that free hits with the speedy light wheels. Afan finds Tai, pulls him back way too deep, but he's still alive and standing. Baxia getting pulled back as well. It's going to be annoying to deal with the lantern. As Cambodia still up ahead.
Kyo has already secured the golden staff as we showed, as we take a look at the items earlier just now. And of course, you know, during that fight as well, if you recall, the Team Indonesia was able to to find, you know, Nem was able to find T as well, but the main problem is Sylvan and also Kyo were just free hitting for the backline, shredding through Afan, and Xiaoyuki doesn't really have the damage to deal with it as of now. Dingarai definitely needs a lot more items in order to deal with this heavy stack of tankiness.
Petrify already used up. Afan holding on to the heavy spin. No heavy spin, by the way. Kyo making a beeline towards Afan. They want to take down this Akai, and they want to take him down now. The speed light wheels will not be enough. Alexander on the back line will not be able to find Kyo, though. The damage from this carry is starting to show as Indonesia struggling to break through Cambodia's defenses, and Cambodia finding the cracks in Indonesia's armor.
The power of the Golden Staff is here, right? Kyo with the speedy light wheels was able to just shred through, constantly proc that passive over and over and over. And not only just that, right? If Dingarai is unable to find a good lazy duet, especially towards the squishies, that's over. And the main problem for that side of Team Indonesia is how are they going to do that with T on this Beleric, right? Beleric, I feel like right now just counters every single thing what the Claw wants to do.
You're going to play the map. Alexander wants to lock onto Kimmy. You're blocking the entrance route onto Tai. There's a wrap of the Dryad targeting onto Tai. Valeric falls, but a heavy spin also pins this box carry into the wall on the back line. They took care of that Kimmy. No extra damage. Black Dragon came in a little bit too slow. They still got Kyo in the picture though. Cambodia trying to defend against this wrap that Indonesia was break. 2 goes down with the Black Dragon here. You got a Big Daddy Dragon. Happy Founders Day. This is what Cambodia is saying to you.
Dragon's massive right now from the side of Team Cambodia, right? Even though Team Indonesia pick up a very good fight, but then the
return light wheels as well as vengeance though. Kyo almost taking himself out.
Curtain Call was also activated by the side of CC as well onto Kyo, but Kyo, that speedy light wheels, that proc on the true damage, even through that vengeance, Team Cambodia finds a picking onto Xiaoyuki early in the sound. Take a look at this replay, right? It's just, you know, I think this is already over, but before that, right, Dalvan and also Afan is taking a lot of damage early just now because of the Kyo and also the Soben as well. The Black Dragon form coming in just a nice moment. He's this massive dragon. He's just shredding Shah residue. He's almost nigh impossible to kill, especially after you lost Dalvin, you lost Xiaoyuki and Dingarai.
Cambodia takes the first Lord. I'm just waiting for 1 second until the Lord spawns up. As Indonesia on the defense. Oh, Kimi actually taking a lot of damage. Able to use the jetpack to get out. Cambodia wants to get that reset, and it's so easy for Cambodia's. Win condition. You just need to find Dingarai, take him out, and basically that's it. The damage from Xiaoyuki won't start to hurt until really just a little bit later in this in the game. For Cambodia though, even if you take out that Kidding, you still got Kyo to deal with. If you take out Kyo, you still got Soban to deal with.
Yep, I think it's just, you can see Alexander using the Badang. I think the fist cracks were great, but he needs to hit the right target, right? Try to pin down Kyo, try to pin down Soban, but still, T as the Beleric just exists. Dingarai couldn't do anything. Dalvin is a juice-in, by the way, so he's going to run out of steam very shortly if he doesn't control his and watch his mana as well. But on the other hand, Soban on this Kimi could just go on for days, keep constantly hitting, and that's free damage that members on Team Indonesia have to watch out for.
They're trying to tease Indonesia to come out just a little bit more. Heavy spin, already utilized by Afan in a last-ditch effort to push Cambodia away, but they're clinging on to that lead that they're having.
CC pathing all the way up top, trying to fix that wave. Generate a slow little push up top against Team Cambodia. Items check right now. It is also going to be the maximum item that Dingarai already needs. Does have the Wind of Nature. Perhaps he's ready to play.
We're kind of re-engaged. They just want to take down this T2. Cambodia. Oh, that's a Petrify onto Dalvin. Crimson Beacon locked up just in the nick of time. That's the taunt. Blocking up a fall from the rest of the team. No damage, no problem. Alexander's next to fall. The fish crack will not be enough as the Black Dragon keeping all 4 members of Indonesia away from Cambodia.
T is basically delaying that the rev of the Dryad for such a long time, and he's actually making like Dingarai unable to use the Blazing Duet in the nick of time, and that's a big problem. Now, to make things even worse, Kyo has secured his own Wind of Nature. Now Dingarai has to be careful, has to be smart on how he maneuvers this plot around and land down the maximum potential damage using the Blazing Duet.
30 seconds until the Lord spawns up. Cambodia speeding up this game. It's late. They've had a long week. And now Cambodia is just pulling and playing mind games over Indonesia.
Plate armor, Shanghai's Prologen, exactly what the box here needs. Activate the Toti's Poisons as well. You're just gonna absorb
curtain
so
call
much
also
damage as
used
well. Yep. It's just so much damage for the side of Team Cambodia that can absorb. They're more than happy to absorb the damage from the side of Delvin and also Dingarai as well. Shayuki, I think currently as a critical, you're not able to find anything unless it's isolated.
The Petrified onto Alexander, so unfortunate. Indonesia doesn't have a setup. This crack would have been so helpful. Holding on to the no Rebel Riot though. The Blazing Duet will come through. Tai taking a lot of damage. You got Baxia coming in hot. You get a Black Dragon as well. Over on the backside, Shayuki able to deal enough damage to push to a higher way, but he's just healing everything back up. The sustain from this dragon is too much to handle at this point.
Nice pick-up coming out the side of Team Cambodia onto Alexander, right? Like, and not just that, right? Even Bederick has already committed to the ultimate. Even Team Indonesia couldn't dare to jump into. Dingarai finally activated the Blazing Duet, but the members from the side of Team Cambodia, you know, got the Ties for join as I was talking about. You also got your the blade armor as well. So technically speaking, Team Cambodia is dishing out the damage back into this Claude.
Yeah, the reflect is just way too much for Indonesia to handle at this point. Beleric, hard to deal with, and he is just holding on to the Rapid Riot until at the very last second when Indonesia is lured with all 5 members and Cambodia just overturning all these team fights. Now that's on the defense, back on the defense, the Lord pushing in the mid side, Black Dragon form, over on the back side, Traction Pulse, will pull a Fan back, Kitty Spin committed. The crash onto the turret, locked down underneath the wall, the dragon will get out safe. Pio just dealing that damage onto the turret, onto the structures that Indonesia holds dear. They took what they can and they're rotating. They are making full use of the next minion waves.
Yep. Now Team Cambodia backing, pushing into Team Indonesia back against the wall, trying to look for any form of pickups right here earlier just now. The Lord and all this kind of stuff. I think in terms of the Lord fight, in terms of juggling these team fights, Team Cambodia, I think they executed to the T. But when it comes to Team Indonesia, though, Alexander, these Badang finds, these Badang picks, I think is great, but you need to find the right targets. If the Kimi and also the carry is just left untouched, then what's the point? There's no point because the members from the side of Team Cambodia, especially the tanks, are more than happy, more than glad to absorb the damage coming off of the Juicin and also the Claw.
You know, easier said than done. I think this Badang is kind of in a similar situation with the Ruby from the previous game. As much of the CC, as much of the crowd control abilities that you want to use from this Badang, it's just not enough. It's just not tanky enough. Because you also operate as sort of like a pseudo tank. You want to get into the midst of battle, but immediately getting shut down is a huge problem for your team. You always see that Badang is hitting the right targets. He's changing targets as and when he wants. There are also certain occurrences of a pick off from this Alexander as well, but Indonesia is just way too far ahead, away from the rest of the team and away from Alexander to be able to follow up with additional damage.
I feel it's also, to a certain extent, right, the Beleric was a really smart pick, right? Yes, even though we kind of, during some of the shows, some of the drafts, right, I did say, hey, if there's a tier above S+, you put Claude right there, right? But now it seems like Beleric, this uncommon pick, is also starting to become a factor to basically kind of push that Claude away. Once Claude doesn't have the Blazing Duet, there's not a lot of damage coming out from them, and then after that, immediately just get easily shredded away.
You know, not even the Blazing Duet, like even the auto attacks that Claude brings to the table.
It hits.
With a couple with the Golden Staff, that's 4 hits every single second, or a couple more hits every single second, that Beleric has the chance to reflect, has the chance to deal that damage back, and it causes so much harm to Indonesia, because without that Claude getting pushed back away from that Beleric, you have to, you're wasting time with that Claude sustaining through the jungle creeps, through the neutral creeps, to be able to heal it back up and then rejoin in the team fights. So you don't risk that kind of situation where Claude is just free hitting onto the Beleric that, you know, you just really can't control that reflect damage.
Yep. I think it's just, you know, Team Indonesia, hopefully they're able to quickly find a very quick solution, because, you know, you got Team Cambodia knocking on your doors, especially on your base turrets already, and they're still unable to solve the Beleric problem, right? And I think this is also a good game to kind of analyze. Even after today, right? Like, this is how you deal with the Claude. Like, late game, you don't use the Belleric as a form of engage. You wait for Team Indonesia to jump onto you. You counter engage. You unleash the Wrath of the Dryad, and then after that, just make the enemy hit themselves.
Well, it's really difficult. The death ball that Cambodia is bringing, they're building a citadel, and their walls are made out of steel, and that steel has thorns.
Trees, Belleric.
Trees, and precisely make it out of whatever material you want. They have thorns on it, and it deals additional spike damage, and it hits you back even harder with range, especially if you are a hard-hitting, tank-melting marksman like Claude. So,
Especially if you rely on attack speed, right? That thing is going to bounce back at you over and over again. And if you don't really have the necessary life steal to kind of help to recuperate that losses, you're just going to get shredded by your own bullets. Because I've been there before as a Beatrix. Back in the good old days, Alpha with Blade Armor, Vengeance. And I hold a Wesker, the shotgun.
Yep, that's an own goal right there.
I literally killed myself. I literally just shot myself to death because of the reflect damage, and that was awkward.
Tricky. With not a lot of range as well for Indonesia.
4K reflected damage back to me. Yeah, exactly. And so that's why, I don't envy the position of this Claude, right? It's a very difficult decision. When do I go into the Blazing Duet? When is it too late? When is it too early? If it's too early, the enemy would just pull back, and then after that, you're going to get sniped down. But if it's too late, hey, the rest of the teammate has just died.
We talked a lot about Claude. We hypothesized about how Indonesia has this chance of coming back, and they're still not out of the woods just yet. And speaking of woods, Belleric definitely is one of those heroes that are extremely hard to deal with. But CC being one of the other pocket picks, what do you think so far?
I think CC main goal is to really land a curtain call onto a single target. Right, I think that's where the CC is really strong at. Land that curtain call down.
Double target, and then you're
double
basically
target.
trapped.
You're basically.
That's the best case scenario.
I don't think it's the best case scenario because the whole point of the curtain call is to basically use that to burst. Right, use a curtain call on a single target. You burst down that person, rinse and repeat, jump away. And because of how mobile CC can be, especially if you're the backline, if you get landed on the curtain call, hey, you're basically dead, especially if you're a single target. But if you get the curtain call on the two, you hope and pray it's both of the squishies.
We're coming back from after the little bit of a technical difficulties from both teams. But hey, we're in this position right now. Cambodia does have a lead, Indonesia behind, and we hypothesize on how they could play this out. They need to be a little bit more defensive on how they layer in their damages, layer in their hits. It's all on Alexander's shoulders. He's finding the right frisk cracks, but there is no follow-up from Indonesia, and it's not hard enough.
So far, it could also be, Team Cambodia reacting towards Team Indonesia's engages, right? That's why the Belleric comes into play. You got a Baxia to kind of force something, also peel for the enemy, for their team as well. The Kimi uses free hitting from behind, slow everybody. Don't forget the weakness finder is also a very annoying talent on the Kimi as well. So yeah, Team Indonesia, maybe switch it around a little bit. Slow down the engage. Don't be the main one to engage instead.
Yep, Kimi with the traction pulse to start the engage from. We got immobilization on Shauki. Can't even get close. Tied at the front line. Cambodia playing it safe. 50 seconds until Lord spawns up. Indonesia doesn't want to risk it.
Yeah, don't forget, if you take a look at the side of Team Indonesia, they only crack open top side for the side of Cambodia, whereas Cambodia has a full access towards the core of Team Indonesia right in the mid.
It's a team fight versus team fight. All playing 5v5. Indonesia trying to split their heads. They're sending Chus in to deal with the wave down the bottom side. You think it is a good position for Indonesia to be in, or would you rather send the CC?
I think CC wave clear quite well, but the longer that Team Cambodia is actually staying around, yes, there's going to be Winnets pushing down. But
that's a traction pulse on the Dingerai, almost taking him out.
Oh my god, that was so close. That was the traction pulse that we are looking at, but it did not, luckily it did not boil down to a massive problem for the side of Team Indonesia. Now Xiaoyuki going for the Hunter Strike, realizes that he needs a little bit more damage to be able to deal with, and also that bonus movement speed to jump away. This is almost a full damage CC, right? Except for the Brute Force and also the Oracle.
It's a full item, everyone. Tai getting pulled back by the Lantern. Will it be enough to take him down?
CC!
Oh! No more time. They're sounding the alarm. Cambodia trying to pull everyone back in. There's a traction pulse. The mitigator, the gap closer on the back line. Kyo, that's free hitting on the back side. They're pinning everyone down. The back turning form a little bit too slow. 3 members down for Cambodia. It's 2 versus 4. And it's just a free hit from Indonesia. They found the strike. They found the cracks. As Indonesia might be able to cycle Cambodia all the way to the throne they go.
Man, 20 seconds on the clock right here for the side of Team Cambodia.
This
right
might be
now,
it.
we're thinking right as well. And also, wait,
Chase.
how did this happen?
This might be it. It's all over now. It's Indonesia, the only NPL region to be able to take down the God Slayers.
Man, Team Cambodia. What was that? That was like, okay, I thought that was a normal pickoff on the side of Team Indonesia. They are able to find onto the targets. But all of a sudden, as I pointed out, Shiryuki has the Hunter Strike. And he's like, whoa, that's a lot of damage that you can do, even towards a Belleric, right?
Yeah.
That's what I mentioned, right? You land on the curtain call onto a single target, you just shred through HP bars, and the target, unfortunately, was Belleric. Belleric, unfortunately, overestimated the amount of tankiness he has on this CC.
I am just in awe.
I wish there's a replay.
when we hypothesized,
Yep.
like, okay, this CC, what is the goal? And you said, okay, single target.
Cuss.
And then a single target. And it was on to Ty. And we thought, like, okay, Ty is going to be safe and sound. He's a strong tank. He doesn't have the immortality, though. And he is not even full build. He doesn't really have that last item that he really needs.
Yep.
And Indonesia took full advantage of that. Immediately, once Valorant was taken out, no Rather Dryad, no problem at all. They tore the entire Citadel apart. The walls were broken. Akai just came in, heavy spin, disrupted that back line to be able to finish up that job. And without the Kimmy, without Kyo in the picture, it was just all over from that point.
Yeah, and the fact is, you know, if you notice in that fight earlier just now, it was Claude sent all the way to the side lanes, and also the Dragon sent to the bottom lane as well. Of course, you're gonna have to give the award for the MVP over to Delvin for the juicing, but I want to highlight that last team fight earlier just now, right? The fact is, the Dragon was the one that's also constantly peeling for the whole team, and now because after immediately when you lose your Belleric, you just lose a lot of peeling factor, right? Yes, technically speaking, you got the Baxia, but late game, you got Dingerai that's unlocked, unleashes the Blazing Duet. The biggest problem for the side of Team Indonesia was Belleric's ulti, and right now, Dingerai is this unleashed beast, got activated, just bursting down the rest of Team Cambodia one after another.
Indonesia definitely read Cambodia like an open book. This is by no means a dominant position that any one of these two teams were in. It was even Stevens. Look at the scoreline, 11-11. Make a wish, Jace. And picking up that pocket picks with the Badang, with the CCs was definitely the change that they need. Sure, they suffered a little bit with Thai. They suffered a little bit with Belleric being a counter dive synergy, and Indonesia was playing the back foot for at least a third of the game. But hey, the last hit, it just takes one spark to light a fire.
Yeah, the item diff, I would say, I blame on Hunter Strike, man. The Hunter Strike all of a sudden it does a lot, hurt, and exactly what I was ordering. Maybe the curtain call onto one single target. T was the one that absorbed that curtain call. Then you see how fast T just melted right in front of your eyes, right? CC can shred through HP, and Shiryuki knows it, using the great success as well. The Lexen to stun lock over that Belleric at the same time, and Delvin landing down, making sure he's also adding on more damage onto this Belleric. You
know, Dingerai wasn't even in the picture,
nope,
so when we hypothesized, like, okay, this is going to be hard for Claude to take down this Belleric. Claude is not going to be the one that takes down this Belleric. It's going to be Shaoki, it's going to be Delvin, who's going to be pulling Ty back, and he was in a very vulnerable position. He was just walking along that riverside in the middle of his base, and Indonesia managed to clear and wipe them out underneath their opponent's base, underneath Cambodia's base.
By the way, that is the first tier turret of the mid lane for the side of Team Cambodia. And once, you know, Team Cambodia got wiped out, Team Indonesia make the solid choice to just rush all the way and just burst through mid, first tier, second tier, third base turret, and then straight into the core. And there's only like a couple of seconds left for just in the nick of time, right? Just before the clock strikes, before the members of Team Cambodia starts to respawn.
Well, Jace, what a way to finish the Asian game qualifiers. A lot of shakeups in Group A, especially this has been such an exciting journey, and I'm glad to cover it with you.
Yeah, of course, shout out to Abstract and Moment, which also gives delivers the show for day 1 and day 2 as well. Happy Father's Day over to Abstract too.
And all the new fathers out there, hey, the last day, happy Father's Day. Hopefully you guys had fun here in the venue as well. Group A, especially Jace, this is pretty interesting. We don't have a solid first tier seed where Philippines and Cambodia, they're neck and neck on the first and top 2 seeds for now. We will be able to see the standings later on as we run this through.
Yeah, of course, but of course, before we do, we talk about the standings as well, I would like to take this opportunity to give a huge shout out to the people who made the 2026 Asian Games Esports Events MLB Mobile Legends Manman Qualifier possible. Of course, this is proudly organized by Singapore Esports Association and Zenway Production. Its commitment continues to drive the growth and development for esports both locally and across the region as well. We'd like to also acknowledge the invaluable support of Sports Singapore in advancing sports and also esports promotion and development, helping to create opportunities for not only just athletes but also the future talents that may also be walking through this door, right? And of course, a special thank you goes to our official integrated resorts partner, Resorts World Sentosa, for supporting with a 5-star venue and of course hotel across this historic journey towards the 2026 Asian Games. We're also proudly supported by our official partners Muntan Games, My Republic and Secret Lab, whose continued investment helps to elevate esports experience for players, fans and communities all across Asia.
Jace, that was a mouthful.
It is.
Lots
but
to
we
thank.
have to give those thanks.
Well, it's going straight to the standings. We finished off Group A. Let's just hype it up. The top 5 that will be going to Nagoya, Japan, Philippines, Cambodia, Indonesia, Myanmar, and Malaysia.
Man, Malaysia just cutting it very, very close, right? I heard earlier just now, Team
that's
Vietnam.
a 3-4. They're tied with Vietnam.
Yes, and because the fact that
Wow.
even though Vietnam was able to beat Team Malaysia, but because of the game win rate that allowed us to break that tie, so Team Malaysia will be able to go to Nagoya. Congratulations over to these 5 teams.
You definitely are happy about that. Back to the motherland for Group A, but special thanks over to Vietnam, Laos, and Singapore for also being a part of Group A's journey. Now, moving on to Group B, all the way from the top, that Saudi Arabia, Jordan immediately qualified to Nagoya. We saw Iran take down Nepal earlier this morning in the 2-0 sweep in the last chance qualifiers, and that last chance actually paid off.
Man, Team Iran, I would say they played out of their minds, especially in the first series. That first series, I would say, is just, who has the most steady of hands. It is Team Iran coming out from Group B. Congratulations for them to also qualify through the LCQ. As we take a look at Group C, standing congratulations over to Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan that goes all the way to Nagoya. Good, solid performance coming off of Uzbekistan as well.
Yeah, huge thanks to Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan for joining us right here in Resorts World Sentosa and playing alongside, and hopefully they learn and grow amongst their own regions and taking what they have to back into their own hometown. And last but not least, Group D, Mongolia and Hong Kong, China qualified to Nagoya, up from that top. Special thanks to Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka for joining us in here. Now, Jace, this is going to be an exciting main stage series where we not only get to see the Southeast Asian fight each other out, we get to see sort of a teaser from the last chance qualifiers, other regions facing up other regions, an international buffet, an international gourmet.
Yeah, of course, and all the action will be happening in Nagoya, Japan. That is the main stage where all of the action will get unleashed. And this time around, no more groups, regions, right? You will be able to see inter-regions where they will start comparing each of their metas, and will their metas and play style last, and will they be crowned the champion of the Asian Games?
Well, there is still a pretty decently long way building up to the main stage. There is still a couple of competitions midway through, and a new hero is going to be released very soon that might be able to potentially shake up the meta. So adjustments need to be made, a lot of learning needs to be done, a lot of growing from a lot of teams that qualified in the main stage.
Yeah, well placed and well said there, right, Churros. I feel like really it's been been a blast to be able to bring you all the action for the last 2 days, especially me, Jace, and also Churros as well. Once again, shout out to also Abstract and Moment who delivered the action for day 1 and day 2. Shout out also to our players, our fans that actually visit the RWS, and also every one of you online that joined us for today.
Yeah, and this has been a dramatic and defining day. Jace, a very long day. Why don't you take us home?
So with that said, ladies and gents, thank you very much. We'll see you at Nagoya.